I'll tell you who's out there in just a moment. All right, so if I can, I'm going to give a quick couple of instructions. We are recording this meeting. I will make note that in effort to try to keep people safe as possible, we are allowing this meeting to be hybrid. There could be people who participate from home as well as those that are here. Yes. Oh, sorry. You don't need to take this down. These are just my room.
Did we promote Ed Burgess forward yet?
I'm doing that right now. I'm sorry. So tonight's meeting is being recorded, as I said. We are taking public comment in one of four ways. We had an opportunity for people to drop public comment off at the blue drop box outside the township building. I believe that's been checked this afternoon and there was nothing in it. During the meeting, you can raise your hand via Zoom. Hopefully everyone knows how to do that, but it's usually across the bar, across the bottom, or across the top of your screen. There's also a phone-in option that allows you to raise your hand. And we will take public comment through public comment at newtowntownship.org. Again, that's public comment, all one word, at Newtown Township, again, one word, .org. And we will do that. Since tonight is a reorg meeting, I'm going to call us to order and get us to the point where you appoint a temporary chair. And so we'll come into order. Roll call. I believe all 5 board members are here, as well as Michael Gutkind filling in because I believe Kevin has to leave early. So I will do that, and I'll allow you all to figure out who you're giving as a temporary chair and then take over the meeting. If you want to nominate somebody or somebody wants to volunteer and everybody has sent that that's the person, you can do it that way or however you want to do that.
I'll volunteer.
Okay.
Temporary chair.
And everyone's acceptable, Joe Silk being the temporary chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Aye, Kevin Basketball.
Aye, Ed Burgess.
Aye, Michael Goodkin.
Okay. So Joe, you can take us through the pledge, the agenda, and then the election of officers. We'll go from there. Please make sure your microphones are on as well, please.
We do a quick roll call. We did. We
Yeah,
did. You did. Okay, we're all here. All right, good. Please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands,
One nation, under God.
liberty and justice for all.
All right. First item is we're approving the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda with the change being moving item number 9.1, the decision to follow immediately after the election of officers.
There a second?
Second.
Motion carries. All right, next item is the election of officers. We'll just go line by line, 7.1 through 7.4. Is there a motion to elect a chair?
I make a motion to appoint Kevin Baskel as chair.
I'll second.
All right, motion carries. Kevin Baskel is elected as
You need to have a
chair.
vote.
Maybe need.
What's that?
You had your motion, you need to call for a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you had a motion and a second, just,
Right.
I'll just say.
All in favor?
Aye, Ed Burzes.
Aye, Joseph.
Kev, you want to vote?
Am I able to vote on this? I, Kevin Baskel.
Yeah, you can vote.
Okay.
All right. Motion passes. Kevin Baskel is elected chair.
Thanks, guys.
7.2, election of a vice chair. Is there a motion for a elected?
I nominate Mike Lynch as vice chair.
For a second?
I
Second.
second that, Kevin Baskel.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, Kevin
Aye, Ed
Baskel.
Burzes.
Okay, motion carries. Mike Lynch is elected vice chair. 7.3, election of secretary. Is there a motion?
I nominate Paul Sanfrancesco.
Second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, Kevin Baskel.
Carries. Congrats, Paul. Election of secretary. 7.4, election of a zoning solicitor. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to nominate Sam Auslander to serve as zoning solicitor at the same rate as last year.
Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
aye, Kevin Baskel.
Okay.
Yeah. Kev, do you want to walk us through 9.1 on the decision, or do you want me to take that?
I'll let you run with it, Mike, and then I'll be here to vote, if that's okay.
All right, folks, so in the keeping with the adjusted agenda, we're going to make a decision from a case last month on 9.1, zoning case Z 2021-40. So I'll make a motion to deny the applicant zoning relief or correction variance relief with the statement that it doesn't, in the board's, in my opinion, it's not, doesn't follow the zoning variance criteria set forth in the Newtown zoning code.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye, Kevin Baskel.
Aye, Ed Burzes.
Aye.
Aye. Michael Goodkin.
Okay, Michael, your vote didn't count on that one, but the motion is denied 5-0.
All right, everyone, I'm going to drop out from here and I'll leave it to Mike Lynch then to take over. So thank you.
All right, at this point, the board's going to recognize Michael Goodkin to serve as the alternate zoning board member to fill our 5-person board. All right, so at this point, we're going to call up representatives for zoning case Z 2021-33, Mark and Helen McGinley of 219 Governor Printz Blvd, Essington, pertaining to the subject properties located at 0 Hickory Lane in Newtown Square. The property owner is seeking a variance relief from the lot area and setback requirements of section 172-34B. The applicant also requests relief from any other sections of the zoning ordinance may be related during the zoning hearing process. Subject premises is located in the R3 zoning district.
Mr. Chair, I would just mention that we have somebody that's raised their hand already. I don't know if you want to recognize her. And I'll also, I believe the township solicitor, if it's acceptable, I'm going to promote him.
Yeah, please.
And,
Who has their hand up? What's the person's name?
They're protesting.
and then Ms. Deborah Schulsky, if it's okay, I'm just going to allow her to talk and make sure that there's not an issue that we should be addressing before we go further. Ms. Schulsky, if you would, there we go.
Hi, yes, good evening. I'm the attorney representing Craft Custom Homes, and I was trying to have an opportunity to speak before you made your motion. But my question was, I would like the opportunity, well, I wanted the opportunity before you actually voted, but if there was some additional information that the board felt they needed or that was missing from the application, we would like the opportunity to continue the hearing, present that in another meeting. It was unclear to me. We had submitted a very thorough brief, in my opinion, addressing all the legal requirements for why we met the applicable variance test, and cited to numerous case law in support of that. So I just wanted to ask the board if they could revisit that, and if there's any specific information that you felt that we could present, we would respectfully request that you reconsider and defer your action. I know there's case law to support that. Even once the board verbally votes, it's not a final decision until the time when it's reduced to writing. So I think the board could easily rescind what its verbal vote and allow us to present additional evidence if you provided us with whatever direction you thought was missing, either under applicable case law or the facts itself.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We considered the case law you presented in last month's meeting, and we felt that the variances in the subject property that you presented as that in that case they weren't an apples to apples comparison to the property that's being discussed for your client. So for that and just dimensional reasons, we felt that it did not, as well as character issues with character of the neighborhood, we didn't feel like it met the requirement for a variance as it pertains to our zoning code. So thank you. There's no further information that we as board members would seek from your case or from your client.
Okay, is there a thought that the building itself could be reduced in size any further? I mean, I know that we put on extensive evidence as to the fact that if we had to comply with the ordinance, it would only be a 5-foot wide building.
Yeah, there was discourse about that with last month about how small your client was going to go, and the board wasn't really satisfied with the answers and the discussion that was had back then. So at this point, no, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. McLean, you present your case. And Mr. McLean, and your name, sir?
My name is Mark McGinley.
Okay. And do you mind swearing him in, Tom?
I will.
And he's a file in order on the case?
The file is in order, yes.
Okay, and Mr. McLean, before you start, are there any party protestants for this particular case, Z 2021-33? At this point, we're not asking you to comment or cross-examine. We're just asking you to identify yourselves and your addresses. Okay, so if you're going to be a party protestant, that means you have legal standing. You can appeal. There are legal requirements to how far away from the property you might have to live. Sam, you can explain that better than I. But if actually, Sam, right now, if you don't mind, just go through the legal criteria for a party protestant. You're gonna have to unmute there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. A party protestant is someone who is immediately affected who has a substantial or direct interest to the application and would be adversely affected by the decision of the zoning board. Public participation, obviously, are those individuals who have no direct or substantial interest in the application, but would like to comment on the position with regard to the application. That's the difference between a party protestant, one that has a direct interest. We notify people within 200 feet, and we have a policy essentially that those people within that parameter are affected people if they would like to participate as a protestant for purposes of cross-examination, as you mentioned, Mike, and for appeal purposes.
Thank you. Okay, so with those criteria outlined, those who wish to identify themselves as parties protestant, please come up to the podium, make sure the microphone is on, and identify yourselves and your address.
My name's Greg Durbano, 106 Hickory Lane. Thank you. Pardon? Durbano. Durbano.
Andrew Coyle, 106 Main Street. Right.
Two categories, protestant and what was the other one? Public?
Just someone making public comment. So anyone can make public comment, and we're going to save that to the end. So if you wish to be a party protestant and you fall within the criteria that our solicitor set forth, then you actually have legal standing. So that's someone making public comment is simply trying to influence the board's decision. They can't cross-examine the applicant, nor can they appeal.
Sharon Haslett, Haslett, 32 Hickory Lane.
Sonier, S-O-N-I-E-R, on behalf of my father, William P. Sonier, at 33 Hickory Lane. Okay, it's Catherine if you need that. K-A-T-H-R-Y-N.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, I have a question.
Yeah.
Mr. Do you live at 33 Hickory Lane?
My father lives at 33 Hickory Lane. He is in Florida right now, but I am his power of attorney. But I don't have that document with me, but I do have power of attorney.
And do you live at 33 Hickory?
No,
Where do you live?
I live at 188 Longford Road in West Chester. 188 Longford Road in West Chester.
Yeah, so Sam, do I have the ability to make a ruling on whether or not this is a valid party protestant or not?
Well, if she has a power of attorney and she is serving in that capacity, we could take that under advisement with regard to if she can substantiate her power of attorney by verification from her father at another time, or a letter. I'd reserve
Okay, are we
judgment
talking-
on her.
I mean, I don't want to get, how technical do you want to get? Like a special power of attorney to represent her father in this case, or a general power of attorney, or what?
But I am his power of attorney. But I don't have that document with me.
Okay, ma'am, ma'am, we're just going to go with, we'll accept you as a party protestant if you can produce a notarized power of attorney within 7 days for the township. Is that acceptable to the applicant?
No objections.
Okay.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, the only question I had, Mr. Coyle, if I heard him correctly, identified his address as 106 Main Street. So, and I apologize.
I'm sorry, Michael, I can't hear you. she has a power of attorney and she is.
Just make sure that microphone's on. It is.
You might move it just a little bit closer to you, just to make sure that people on the screen can.
Sure. Just my ignorance, I'm not certain if 106 Main Street is within 200 feet of the property.
I'm not sure either.
Did they receive a letter from us?
I'm gonna defer to Andy on that.
What was the address? I'm sorry.
106 Main Street, I believe what Mr. Boyle said.
I have, yes, I have that on the list of property owners who received a notice.
No objection.
All right, sir.
William Mancy, 111 Hickory Lane. Last name is M as in Mary, A-N as in November, S-I.
Okay, so ground rules for party protestants.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
just so we cover all our bases, I would suggest that we ask anybody who is virtual if they would wish to raise their hand to be a party protestant.
So anyone wishing on Zoom who wants to be a party protestant, please just put your hand up and we'll identify you and you can give us your name and address.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Richard Sikora on behalf of Newtown Township, which always has standing to participate. I don't know if not necessarily categorized as a protestant, but I want to be able to participate as needed. So I'm entering my appearance.
Accepted.
Mr. Chairman, I've reviewed the list of attendees. It appears nobody's raising their hand. I believe you're free to move forward.
Okay, so for those who identify themselves as a party protestant, we're going to let the applicant complete their presentation without interruption. The board's going to be able to have discourse with the applicant at our discretion. But if you have any questions that you wish to ask, either the board or the applicant, you'll be given the opportunity to do so. But please just don't interrupt while the board and the applicant are presenting. You will have full and ample time to do that, okay? And then at the end, if we do close the record tonight, there will be an opportunity for public comment. Public comment, again, no legal standing. You're simply addressing the board in an attempt to influence our decision one way or the other. But you do not have the opportunity to cross-examine the applicant. Okay, does everybody understand? Okay, so Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just procedurally, we do have an additional witness, Dave Damon is the engineer on the project. So I guess I heard the word promote, if it's the best technical term.
So Steve, do you see him in the queue?
I'm doing that right now. Do you intend to take testimony?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Damon, if you would please, Mr. Damon, if you would please unmute so that you can be sworn in.
Okay.
Okay. Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you very much for allowing us to present this to you this evening. As you heard, I'm here with Mr. Mark McGinley, affectionately known as Steve. He goes by Steve. Steve and his wife Helen have an agreement of sale on the property is known as 0 Hickory Lane, which is a tax ID number under Delaware County tax system of 300000240500. Which is a 5,000 square foot property located in the R3 Residence District. Mr. McGinley and his wife proposed to build a 2-story single-family home measuring 20 feet wide by 40 feet long. You'll hear tonight from Mr. McGinley, who will describe the project to you and the surrounding area and some of the reasons why he's asking for that. And also you'll hear from Dave Damon, who is a well-known civil engineer in Delaware County representing municipalities and these types of projects. What you'll hear is that our claim for, or our request for relief is from section 172-34 B6 of the Newtown zoning code, which requires that there be side yard setbacks of at least 15 feet in width with a cumulative or an aggregate of 35 feet. And we're proposing a 10-foot side yard on each side of the property for a total of 20 feet. And what you'll hear is, again, that the house that's being proposed to build is 20 feet wide and 40 feet long. And we'll go into the reasons there. If I may, Mr. Chair, I know that with the application, a full copy set of the site plan was delivered to the board members. And we've also submitted digitally the exhibits that we tend to use here this evening. But I do have an exhibit package, a hard copy, if I may hand that up at this time.
That'd be helpful.
Thank you.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, if I may proceed, I would call Mark McGinley as our first witness. All right, I believe Mr. McGinley's been sworn. So, Mr. McGinley, can you tell me where do you reside?
We live in Tinicum Township, Delaware County right now.
Okay, and what is your occupation or profession?
I've been a small home builder for about 30 years.
And how did you become familiar with this particular property on Hickory Lane at the intersection of Tennis Avenue?
Back in 2007, family friends had owned the property and asked us to go look at it. That is my wife and I. And so we drove around the area, found the lot, and recognized the lot and the neighborhood.
Okay. And did you have an interest in building the property at that time?
Very much so, yes. So I've been trying to downsize and retire, and so we were hoping to build a modest home.
Okay. And in fact, did you take any steps in order to do that?
We got together with Dave Damon from Damon Associates and had a site plan put together back then, and that's the plan that's here and presented.
Okay. And did you ultimately move forward with that plan then? In 2007.
We did not. No. There was no sewer available at that time. Okay. So no sewer. Yes.
And so what led to the interest in the property at this point in time?
I found the property up for sale again, contacted the owner and got into an agreement of sale with the new owner of the property.
Okay. And we have signed that agreement of sale, and that has been submitted to board members with the application. Now, some of the exhibits, you have a package of the exhibits before you.
Yes.
Okay. The first exhibit was sort of the blue background there. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that's a tax parcel map of the lot and where it sits in regards to Hickory Lane and Tennis Avenue.
Right. And that's from the Delaware County Board of Assessment, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And I would just ask you to point out to the board members, the properties next to, well, you can, they're looking at it too. You don't actually have to point it out. But the properties that are next to the subject property on Hickory Lane have those Z marks on the property line. And you're familiar with those?
Yes, those properties are connected together.
Connected together.
Yes.
So they are the smaller lots, but those sometime in the past were connected together, correct?
Joint, yes.
Right. Is your lot so-called Z together or connected with any other lot?
No, sir. It's an existing single lot.
Okay. And then I'll draw your attention to the next page. which will ask to be marked Exhibit A2. And it just describe if you know what that is.
Yes, that's again, an outline of the single lot, there on Hickory Lane and Tennis Avenue.
And that just comes from Google Maps to give everybody an idea about where the property is located. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So have you been out to the property yourself?
Yes, quite often, throughout the different times of the year, we drive by, we've driven the neighborhood, just to keep familiarizing ourselves with it and confirming that it's someplace that we'd like to move and live in.
So you've made yourself familiar with the property?
By all means.
And how about the surrounding neighborhood? Have you taken a look in the surrounding neighborhood?
Oh yes, it was important to see what styles of homes were in the neighborhood and what activity was in the neighborhood, you know, families, kids, so on.
And what, on either side, let's describe what the current uses are there. First of all, the property itself, are there any structures on this property today?
No building structures at all.
So this is a vacant piece of land?
That's correct.
And on either side of the property, what type of use is there?
Well, there's a home on either side of the lot.
Okay, and how about across the street? What is there?
Yes, there's homes directly across the street and in the surrounding area.
Okay. And how about behind the property? What's located there?
That seems to be all commercial properties built up recently over the last, I guess, 10 years. A little buffer zone there, but there are some commercial properties.
So directly behind the subject property is the rear of the commercial properties that front onto West Chester Pike. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does the property slope at all?
Yes, it slopes from the Hickory Lane front to back.
And how about on the side to the east, which if you're looking at the property on Hickory Lane would be on the right? Can you describe what is immediately next to the property there?
There's a section of Tennis Avenue with a driveway accessing the home that sits next to the property.
But when you say it's a portion of Tennis Avenue, that is an unopened street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'll have Mr. Damon, if the board needs to, testify as to what a paper street or an unopened street is, what they're there. But in other words, it's not paved, correct?
Not paved as a street, but paved as a driveway.
So somebody's just sort of taken over the unopened street and put a driveway on it. And you said that you indicated we had Mr. Damon prepare a plan for this property.
That is correct.
And that was originally in 2007?
That is correct.
And did you ask him to update that plan and, you know, review the zoning and that sort of thing in 2021 to make sure that the, you know, zoning and other laws were still the same?
That's correct.
All right. And we have before us what's marked as exhibit, we'll mark as exhibit A3. And is this the site plan that you've had Mr. Damon prepare?
That is correct.
For those watching on Zoom, a digital copy of that site plan was presented to the township.
Stephen, that may be in another link on the agenda. There you go. Set one under. There you go.
There we go.
That's right there. So what is it you're proposing to build on the property?
We're proposing to build a 20 by 40 foot home on that property.
And how tall would the home be?
two-story home.
And do you know, have any idea about how many bedrooms or what other features the property?
Three bedrooms, some 2.5 bath, a single car garage perhaps. And a pretty simple little.
And we are not asking for any type of height variance. What we build will conform to the R3 code. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think you indicated the property would be 20-foot wide by 40-foot long.
Yes, the home is proposed to be 20-foot wide, 40-foot long.
Are you able to build a house that is smaller than 20-foot in width?
It really wouldn't be it wouldn't be reasonable to build a house any smaller than that in width with code requirements for hallway and door openings and so on, and just the match the character of the neighborhood. It seemed to be a reasonable width, 20 foot.
So if you were to, even if we were trying to attempt to design something like that, you would need to eliminate 10 feet of the width of the house in order to add the 5 feet onto either side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that would get us down to a 10-foot wide house, but then in order to conform with the code, we need a 35-foot aggregate of a side yard. So that would have to reduce it 5 foot even further.
Right. That would be very unreasonable.
So is it correct that in order to conform to Newtown's R3 dimensional variant or code requirements, the house would only be 5 feet wide?
That's correct.
Is it financially feasible to build a house less than 20 feet wide here in Newtown?
I don't believe so. It wouldn't, again, match the characteristics of the neighborhood. It wouldn't have any value being any narrower. It wouldn't be able to provide for the number of bedrooms and baths and provide enough living space, for anything smaller than 20 foot.
Right. And would you agree with me that Newtown Township is an upscale community?
By all means, that's why we were hoping to come and move there.
Yeah. So again, on that financial part of it, to have a house that would be, even if we could, less than 20 feet, would you get people, anybody, would you desire to live in that house?
I wouldn't buy a house any narrower than
that. The design of the property with the 20-foot wide and then 10 feet on each side, does that add a certain symmetry to the property?
Yeah, it balances out the home in the lot area there.
And the unopened street, the paper street that is to the east side of the property, is that 40-foot wide also?
Yes, that provides an additional open space to that side.
So even though we cannot count that 40 feet or even a half of that, a 20 feet portion that adjoins your property, there would in essence be an additional 40 feet to the east of this property that would remain open because it's the township's open street.
That's correct.
Or the township's not open street, I should say. I misspoke. Now I'll ask you to take a look at the remaining exhibits that we have there. There are 3 more, which will ask to be marked A4, A5, and A6. And could you describe to the board what those exhibits are? Starting with the first one, we'll identify as A4, and that has a depiction of a house on the bottom and some dimensional information and numbers at the top.
These are printed off for some help in maybe coming up with a design that might meet that continuity that were 20 foot wide. We haven't had anything designed specifically, but generally that would be something that we would try to be targeting to.
Now, let me clarify for the board and the public. There are no architectural designs yet drawn for this potential house.
No, that seemed premature since we're still at this stage.
Right, and as a builder, at what stage would you then move towards having architectural designs prepared for this specific property?
If we got this approved, then we could move forward to engage an architect to design a home.
Right. In an effort to attempt to show the board and the public what the concept would be for the property, did you, are there websites and other informational and data sources available for people like you who are builders to take a look and see, what types of designs are out there?
That is correct. We have a lot of fun, my wife and I, going through different designs, picking out different features and roof lines and window sizes and so on, that help us to try to hone into some of the features that we think that would look nice on that property.
And is that what you went through in order to get what these remaining exhibits are that would be marked as A4, 5, and 6?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So again, turning your attention back to A4, can you just describe in general what the idea behind that type of design for the property?
Well, this would provide for a single car garage, a modest living room size, entrance foyer, and again, the 3 bedrooms and 2 baths or 2.5 baths.
And is the size of that house roughly the square footage size of this property?
Yes.
And how about the next picture? That is pretty much the same house, maybe just a little bit larger for the board to see. It's the same property, correct?
Yes.
The same house.
Yes.
And then, and so we'll ask that second depiction is to be marked as Exhibit A5. And then finally, we'll ask to be marked as Exhibit A6, the last depiction that we had. And can you describe for the board what you were aiming for there?
Again, some of the same features with the single car garage, some of the colors and tones, the door style, the width of the home is fairly balanced with the front entrance and roof line. And it seemed to match some of the other newer homes that were in that neighborhood.
Okay. I'd like to ask you in regards to, as you may know, both the state law and Newtown Township establishes standards to be evaluated when determining whether or not a property has a hardship and is entitled to a variance. So I want to ask you some questions regarding those standards. The first standard is that there must be a unique physical circumstance or condition, which would include the size or shape of the lot, so that such that the property cannot be developed in conformity with the zoning regulations. Does that apply to this house or to this property?
Yes, this property is already established and well established for a very long time, and without the side yard setbacks, we wouldn't be able to do anything with it.
Right, and in fact, typically in the R3 zoning district, there's 12,000 square feet that are required for a building lot.
That is correct.
And once again, how large is this lot?
This is some 5,000 square.
And that because of those physical circumstances, the small size of the lot, is there any possibility that the property could be developed in strict conformity with the provisions of the zoning ordinance?
No, we wouldn't be able to do that.
The next standard is that the unnecessary hardship has not been created by you, the applicant. We haven't subdivided this property, correct?
No, sir.
This is the way that this property has existed at least since 2007 that you're knowledgeable about.
That's correct.
And you're not purchasing the property from either the owner on one side or the other side.
That is correct.
Is it your belief that if the board were to grant this variance, it would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood?
No, by no means.
Would it affect the development or use of any adjacent property?
It would not.
And would this be a single family home in a whole neighborhood of single family homes?
That is correct, yes.
And would this variance represent the minimum variance that will afford relief and the least modification possible of the dimensional requirements?
That's what we believe with the assistance of Dave Damon suggested that this would be a good alternative.
Right. And once again, that goes back to the 20 feet wide.
That's correct, yes.
I don't have any further questions for Mr. McGinley.
Mr. McGinley, you bought the property from, you bought the property from someone who does not live at 106 Hickory, correct? Or what is that? Yeah, 106 Hickory, the neighbor to your west.
That's correct.
Okay.
We did not.
What's on the property now?
It's a vacant lot.
Okay,
No structures or.
okay. Just in driving past it, it looks like it's a storage lot for vehicles.
Yes, apparently that some of the neighbors may use the area to park a car or van in on occasions, I guess.
Okay.
You know, prior to 2007, what it was used for, or
It
could
was a
potentially,
vacant lot back then as well.
you're not, it's always been a vacant lot, neither
That is-
property on
that
either
is
side ever owned it?
correct, yes. Title goes back pretty far.
I will present testimony from Mr. Damon. I think that he notes on the plan itself, the origins. I think you'll hear is this lot was created in 1924.
Okay. Yeah, can we hear from Mr. Damon? I'm curious of whether or not it was properly subdivided. If it was ever sort of a merger of lots issue, was it subdivided appropriately? Because if it was used by, in our township has a pretty, I guess, generous definition of merger. Whether or not it was merged to 106 or to 33, and whether or not it was properly subdivided thereafter, or if it was always a single and standalone lot.
Well, I will ask Mr. Damon, if he knows the answers to those questions. I believe he has researched and there is a note on the plan. I believe it's number 9 under the general notes that is located on Exhibit A3 on the right-hand side. Apologize for that.
All right, can you bring forward Mr. Damon and just have him sort of describe the history of the lot and also the plan that he feels is the minimum required?
Right, certainly. Damon, are you there?
Mr. Damon, I believe you are currently muted.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good evening. My name's Dave Damon. I'm
Dave,
civil engineer with Hickory Damon Associates, Inc.
And Mr. Damon, are you a civil engineer in Pennsylvania?
Yes,
How long have you been a civil engineer?
for 37 years.
And do you represent municipalities, sewer authorities, and other municipal entities here in Delaware County?
Yes, I do.
And have you been qualified as an expert witness in the field of civil engineering before zoning boards, courts, and other bodies?
Yes.
I can go through Mr. Damon's curriculum vitae, Mr. Chairman. I know Mr. Damon is a well-known.
We'll accept him as a subject matter expert.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Damon, did you design what has been marked as Exhibit A3, the site plan here?
Yes, I did.
Right. And is it correct, Mr. McGinley testified that was originally designed in 2007 by you, is that right?
Yes.
And did you take a look again in 2021, when Mr. McGinley had renewed interest in this property, to just check on any updates that were necessary with the Newtown Township ordinances?
I did.
And the plan that is before the board this evening, this is one that we've submitted now and is current as of 2021.
Right.
And can you just explain your design? Just run through it for the board members in terms of what you've designed.
Well, the properties, as it has been testified, it's 40 feet wide and 125 deep. It's on the northwest corner of Hickory Lane and an unopened portion of Tennis Avenue. It's zoned R3, as are the properties east, west, and south of it. Property north is, I believe, SU2. It's Pizzeria Uno and CVS, the commercial property that fronts on West Chester Pike. So the proposal was to construct a 20-foot wide by 40-foot deep house on that lot. It would comply with the front and rear yard requirements, but require the variances for the side yard minimum and the side yard aggregate.
Right. And this is this an undersized lot for what is required in this zoning district?
So the R3 requires a 12,000 square foot lot, and this lot's 5,000 square feet. So it is undersized in the lot area.
And let me, just in terms of the other dimensional requirements for the R3 district, the building area shall not exceed 20% of the lot area. The design that you have prepared, does that conform to that requirement?
Yes, so even though the lot's undersized, it still complies. It's 16%, so it's less than a 20% requirement.
Right. And the green space, it shall not exceed 40%. Does this plan comply with that requirement?
Yes, it does. It provides 75% green space.
And the front yard requires 45 feet, and your design provides for 45 feet, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then rear yard requires 25 feet. And does this plan conform with that?
So yes, it would provide 40 feet of rear yard.
And the requirement is that driveways and parking spaces shall be no closer than 5 feet from the property line. Does the design comply with that requirement?
Yes, it does.
And the building height requirement is no more than 35 feet and not to exceed 2.5 stories. While this proposal conforms to that requirement.
That's my understanding, yes.
Is there public water and sewer that are available to serve this property?
Yes, there are.
What about stormwater? Have you made any particular design for stormwater here?
Well, the property slopes towards the rear to the northwest, so we would propose providing a stormwater management facility in the rear yard area that would collect the runoff from the impervious areas, the building roof and the driveway. And it would control the peak rate and volume of the runoff in accordance with the township stormwater management ordinance.
And you show a proposed on-lot seepage bed on the plan.
Yeah, that's conceptually what would be provided.
Is this property in a floodplain?
No, it's not.
And you may have heard the questions from the board members regarding the origins of the property. Were you able to investigate what the origins of the property were? In other words, when this lot was created?
Yeah, the lot is part of the subdivision plan for that area, Newtown Heights. It was done in 1924. It's an old plan, so we've surveyed, numerous properties throughout that subdivision, which covers, a good portion of that area.
And in your investigation, is there any indication that this property was connected to any of the other adjoining properties or subsequently subdivided subsequently subdivided after 1924?
No, the deeds refer to the old 1924 subdivision. It's actually two 20-foot lots. And that's, that subdivision consisted of almost all 20-foot wide lots, and they were sold off and developed. Some lots will be 60 feet, some will be 40 feet, some will be 80 feet. They're sold off over the years. But this one, I couldn't find anything that showed that it was ever part of the adjacent property, for instance.
And then, Mr. Damon, I know you are well versed in the standards that show a hardship under Pennsylvania law and Newtown Township law. Are there any unique physical circumstances or conditions regarding this property which prevent it from being developed in strict conformity with the zoning code?
Well, the property's long and narrow, so it's shaped relative to what the zoning requirements does create a hardship.
And is it undersized compared to the required 12,000 square feet from the zoning code?
Yes, it's less than half of that. However, aside from that, we can still meet the coverages that are required under the current code.
Because of those physical circumstances or conditions, is there any possibility that the property can be developed in strict conformity with the requirements of the zoning code?
No, that wouldn't be feasible.
Do you feel, in your professional opinion, that the 20-foot wide by 40-foot long house that you have designed that's the minimum that is able to make reasonable use of the property as a single family home, which is what the permitted use is?
I do.
And I think you've covered this, but has that hardship been created by the applicant? In other words, Mr. McGinley's not asking to subdivide this property or change the property lines in any way. This has been an existing property since 1924, you've indicated.
Yes, it hasn't been created by Mr. McGinley. That hardship.
Right. And is there anything unusual about the proposal to build this house in terms of its impact on other single family or residential homes in the neighborhood? Would you, in your professional opinion as an engineer, foresee that this would have any detrimental impact on this neighborhood?
No, and I think the fact that the unopened portion of Tennis Avenue is located to the east of this lot gives it an appearance of it being a wider lot, gives it an appearance of it being having more of a side yard than it would have if that was not there. So I think that's a positive in this case for that lot fitting into the neighborhood.
And would this variance, if authorized, represent the minimum variance that would afford relief and the least modification possible of the regulation in use?
I believe it is.
I don't think I have any further questions for Mr. Damon.
Okay, so we'll open it up to the board and then get the party protestants involved. So you guys on Zoom, Ed, Mike, you have any questions for the applicant right now?
I don't. I think they've provided, all the information to support their case. So I don't have any questions.
That's why that in no way your plan character without knowing how it looks like or will look like, what characteristics your plan.
Right, we haven't designed any home, but we've taken into consideration all the home, we will take into consideration all the other homes in the area and come up with a design that hopefully meets the continuity and the characteristics and some of the designs that we pulled off the internet.
Are there any other 20-foot wide homes on this block or nearby that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Got anything before parties?
There's a Pico pole on the property. Does that in any way affect anything with building the house or moving that or requiring to do that?
It's right here.
Shows no.
It was taken into consideration when Mr. Damon was doing the plan. And it will provide aerial access for electric to the house, and it doesn't inhibit the driveway or any other part of the home there.
And Ms. McGinley, does it appear that the pole itself is located outside the property boundaries of our property?
That is correct.
And it would be in the paper street, the unopened street, Tennis Avenue.
That's correct.
Okay, so if you're a party protestant and you identified yourself for, actually, we'll open it to the township. Rich, do you have any comments or questions for the applicants before we open it up to the residents?
Just a few questions.
Sure. Figured you would.
There's, I think, it looks like there's 2 mature trees in what would be the front yard. Is that correct?
Yes,
That
that's
is
correct.
correct. Yes.
And are they to be preserved?
We're hoping to protect those existing trees that don't fall in the building envelope.
The building envelope itself, I guess, is the front door supposed to face Hickory?
That's our intent, yes.
And the driveway, of course, is does that go to a garage?
That's what we're planning.
And so that would be a front entrance garage as well then, right?
That is correct.
And is there any porch or other type of structure that you are intending beyond this envelope that you've proposed?
No, sir.
You're not going to have any access onto that unopened portion of Tennis Avenue, correct?
No, we don't think that we need access on that side. Between the front door and the garage door would be egress enough.
And of course, you understand that this is, you're here for these dimensional variances from the zoning code, but any other relief that the township would have to provide or any other standards of the township, that's not what's being presented here tonight or what the zoning board can grant, such as stormwater management requirements, E&S controls, fire code, correct?
That is correct. We would do a submission for the building permit, the grading plan, and all the necessary documents for building a home here in the township.
And you have not done any stormwater calculations to determine what exactly you need for stormwater management requirements, correct?
That would be one of the final stages of Dave Damon will provide the calculations for the roof and the other impervious surface. And that would be part of our package with this plan.
Have you done anything to study the soils or ground to determine the ability to handle stormwater or any facilities that you propose?
In some cases, we do a perk test. And sometimes we know the soil content, but it sometimes helps to do a perk as well.
But that has not been done, correct?
No, sir.
I don't have any further questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McGinley, before I guess either in 2007, 2017, or now, have you met with the neighbors and presented your plan and gotten feedback from them?
No, I have not, no.
Okay. Okay.
We were unsure of what to do and how to collect our ideas here. We didn't have anything really positive to show them other than this plan.
All right, folks, if you're a party protestant and you'd like to cross-examine the applicant, you may do so.
William Mancy.
Just remind us your address again.
111 Hickory Lane.
111.
First thing I'd like to bring to attention that I don't think has been mentioned yet, although we talk about the unopened portion of Hickory Lane, or I'm sorry, of Tennis Avenue, and it's a buffer zone, this, that, and the next thing. It also means that instead of this home having 2 side yards and 1 front yard, it seems to me, since the property is on 2 streets, it in fact has 2 front yards. This is also pointed out in the notes of this drawing. Mr. Damon here, right about here somewhere, where it talks about the variance would be required to not have a 10-foot width side yard, but in fact deal with a 10-foot yard where it should be a 45-foot yard. So I bring that to your attention.
You're stating that the front of the house really has a front, in your opinion, has a front yard on Tennis Avenue?
I think it's a corner house.
Yeah.
essentially.
Because it fronts a road.
Yep.
Because it's on a road.
Okay.
According to township codes, it says any frontage against the road is considered a front yard. And it should be 40 feet deep.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, you can respond to that.
Yeah, we did take a look at that, and I think Mr. Damon originally looked at that in terms of whether or not, Tennis Avenue was an open street at that point in time. I believe all the information that we received was that Tennis Avenue was an unopened street. It's a paper street. It is not a street. In fact, I would defer certainly to Mr. Auslander or Mr. Sikora, to be able to, explain to the board that after a certain amount of time, after a paper street is laid out, in fact, the township is without authority to open the street there. So in essence, this is property that unless it will remain just a paper street, unless the township abandons it, and in fact, after that, the neighbors could lay claim to it. But it's not a street, but not lay claim to it.
So I just want to pause there, and I know you have a lot of other things that you want to talk about, but on that issue, on whether or not the township, quote unquote, abandoned the unopened portion, Sam, can you kind of comment on that just for the record and explain the validity of that concept? Did you demote Sam?
You see if he went into.
And Mr. Chairman, just while he's doing that, I just would indicate that, if the board felt that that was an issue, we would ask, that would be one of the things that, we would ask for variance in that. Obviously, a 45-foot depth requirement, off of Tennis Avenue would be wider than the property itself. So we would ask that that relief also be granted, should the board even consider that that's an issue.
Okay.
I just re-promoted Sam, so thanks. I guess he fell off.
I'm sorry, can you help? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the issue, I'm not, I don't have available any legal cases on the subject matter, but I would take the position that the fact that it remains on our street map does not lend itself to an abandonment of a road. Obviously, the option is open to the township to utilize that road for a public road at some time in the future. But I don't want to necessarily take a position with regard to the status without doing any further research.
Okay, Rich, before we move on to the next comment by the party protesting, Rich, do you want to talk about that?
Well, I think when a land development is laid out with a series of roads that are offered for dedication to the township, I think there's 21 years to accept dedication, or that would impact the township's ability to simply just lay a road without further proceedings. However, the folks who have access to that road, as originally laid out, those property owners would most likely have private property rights. So whether it's a public road or a private road, it's identified on a map as a road and it's bought subject to that road. So I think that I'm not disagreeing with Sam. I'm just adding to what Sam said. But as the applicant is pointing out, I think his position is whether it's the two front yards or whether it's a side yard, he's seeking that same relief. It's bigger relief, obviously.
Yeah, I just want to clarify the point that if we do acknowledge that it is a valid corner lot or versus an abandoned street, then you're going to have to seek, as you already stated, you're going to have to seek additional, which we would consider. So, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just kind of wanted to touch on that specific issue so you can continue.
I would go back to the letter that was submitted with the application. And it talks about it's not detrimental to the rest of the neighborhood, this change that they're asking for. And I would say the very fact that they're asking for a variance is a little bit detrimental to the neighborhood. The people that live on these streets, the people that buy in these areas would like to be, I don't want to use the word assured, but for lack of another one, that I'm not going to have a building button up to next to my building within 10 or 15 feet. So although in their letter, they say something to the effect that this is a minor, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood where the subject party is located. I would say it does. Essentially, it sounds like they'd like to build a townhouse in a neighborhood of colonials and ranches. A townhouse 20 foot wide, 35 feet tall. I would also submit the possibility of this lot and other lots in our neighborhood that were all corner lots, 40 feet wide. Consider Barview and Maine. Consider Chestnut and College. They were all 40-foot lots. And my thinking is, from 1924, whatever it was, they were proposed to be a buffer from the roadway. That they were never laid out to be a building lot. They were rather laid out to remain a vacant lot adjacent to a roadway. And that's what this lot is, I believe, with respect to Tennis Avenue. It's a buffer between Tennis Avenue and Mr. D'Alberno's property. Probably the smartest man in this room, if he was still alive, would be Bob D'Urbano, Greg's father, because he understood he didn't have to buy this lot and make it adjacent to his property because it was a buffer for Tennis Avenue. Am I on? Do you have a signed bill of sale for this property, or is it pending?
An agreement of sale.
It's an agreement of sale that these variances be acquired. Is that correct?
There is a contingency.
There is a contingency that these variances have to be acquired in order for this sale to go through. I would ask the board to think long and hard about this. We got a pretty nice community up there, and I'm not saying that the McGinleys would detract to that community, but having a row home in an area of ranches and two-story colonials seems a little bit out of place. And you might ask, well, how does that affect things? And I would say possibly it would affect my property value and maybe the surrounding neighbors' property values. In this letter also, they talk about, and when I say this letter, this was the attachment to their variance application. They talk about the proposed use will not substantially or permanently impair the appropriate use or development of any adjacent property, nor be detrimental to the public welfare. And I would submit that houses that are too close together, in the instance of a fire or some other thing like that, it could in fact be detrimental to public welfare. That's about it for me. Pardon me? My wife brings to attention, we were talking about dedicated, or we were talking about the roadway, the township. These are non-dedicated roads. So these roads belong to the residents. I don't know what impact that might have on the township coming to us and saying, hey, we'd like to open up Tennis Avenue for some reason. But as was mentioned, it's still a road listed on a map, whether it's a paper road or not. I still think for consideration, we consider the 2 front yards, since it is on Mr. Damon's drawing, as a note. That didn't seem to be mentioned anywhere in the letter that was attached to the application. Further, just recently it was mentioned that the new owner did not consider that they would use Tennis Avenue. But I think according to the plan, their asphalt driveway runs out to Tennis Avenue. So they would be using Tennis Avenue to, can we get that plan up there again?
That's not as I understand the plan, sir. And the applicant testified that he wouldn't have egress to Tennis Avenue. It would just be
Well, we'll look at the plan,
front
because
facing Hickory.
the driveway that's shown there is a proposed concrete entrance for construction. Construction entrance is that proposed, what looks like a driveway. The asphalt only comes up so far, and it seems obvious that they would use Tennis Avenue to get to their asphalt parking area. I don't know.
I mean, I could address that for the board or have Mr. McKinley or Mr. McDaman. That's simply not on the plan.
We see it as Hickory Avenue.
Yeah, I see that.
See the polka dotted area? That's the proposed asphalt driveway.
That's an area of slope, that hatched area.
So
That's the job.
I don't think you can actually, just with the plan.
In fact, but I think he referred to that hatched area. That's an area of slope. That's not the proposed driveway.
See the 10 there, right where your arrow is, follow that line out. Proposed bituminous drive. Right there, proposed bituminous drive, which in my eye, that speckled area is the proposed asphalt driveway, which seems to be accessed from Tennis.
Andy, what you got?
Yeah. As far as the question, I'm sorry.
Oh, you got your hand up.
I do. I guess my question was in line with the grading and drainage issues that Mr. Sikora brought up. Because of the narrowness of the lot, are the regrading contours redirecting water onto the adjacent properties? It appears that the way the contours are regraded, it's directing the stormwater alongside the building towards the Tennis Avenue property and also to the adjacent property to the west. So are you, Mr. Damon, are you able to control the stormwater in those narrow side yards?
Yes, so that it wouldn't be an issue. What we're taking all the stormwater towards the rear. So there'll be a swale along the west side of the building. And then along the east side of the building that can easily be swaled, so it all discharges as it does now to the rear. Some of the lot does slope over onto that unopened portion of Tennis Avenue.
Yeah.
But we can lessen the amount of water that discharges over that property line and handle it really quite well without disturbing any of the adjoining properties there.
Thank you. That's the only question I had.
Mike, can I ask a question?
Yep.
This question is for Mr. McGinley. Mr. McGinley, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You testified that you were familiar with the neighborhood. You have traveled in the neighborhood for some time.
Yes, sir.
And I think you also testified that you suggested you were not aware of any other homes that are 20 foot wide in the immediate vicinity or in the neighborhood. Is that accurate?
Yes, I didn't measure any other homes, but I don't recall.
Well, I'm wondering if that's the case, why you feel that the proposed home that you're suggesting is consistent with the character of this neighborhood.
Well, we would work that into the design. That's where an architect can see the neighborhood for what it is, review it themselves, determine whether there's porch roofs or the size of overhangs or the types of windows. Again, architecturally, that can be achieved fairly simple with those types of advantages.
Would you suggest that a 20-foot house in this particular neighborhood is rather unique or different?
I don't think it would be in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
A couple of things. There's a concept, and you mentioned it. We have these neighborhoods, right? The Heights, Florida Park, the avenues, and neighbors, like you just said, you want assurance that a lot that you don't own isn't going to have a building on it, right? You can't have that. If you don't own it, it's not yours. So we're trying to be very critical of applications that seek variances and zoning relief. But this is an issue in Newtown. We know that. There's, I don't want to sound too obtuse, but if it meant that much, one of the neighbors should have purchased the property or something like that. So I want to encourage the party protestants to consider what the applicant is seeking in terms of variance, zoning relief, character of the neighborhood as we define it in the township, versus just saying, well, we just want to keep the open space. I agree that it would be nice to have open space on land that's not ours, that's adjacent to ours, but it's still America, and if it's not ours, we can't control what happens or what doesn't. So just consider what the applicant's asking in the context that they're asking it, and sort of present your issues that way.
I would counter with, just because there's a lot in Newtown Square does not mean it's a building lot. If it can't conform with the setbacks that are laid out in the codes, then it's not necessarily a building lot. So that's my, so if I was a person that would say, this is a vacant lot here, and I'm interested in buying it, I would look at the codes and say, I don't have to buy it because nobody can build anything on there without getting changes to the building codes.
Sure.
So I would submit that.
And that goes back to the question of how the hardship was created. Was it created by the lot itself? Was it created by what they're asking for? I think if the absence of a plan by the applicant, an actual plan, makes it difficult for us to assess whether or not it truly does fit the character of the neighborhood. Because again, we're looking at what they're seeking is a variance, not whether or not they can build. We're defining whether or not we're going to grant that variance. We're not saying yes or no, you can build something. Okay, so in effect, that's what's happening. But we're taking the issues as they're presented, which is they're seeking a variance for side yard setbacks of 10 feet. There's other considerations that they have to meet to be a variance. And those are, I think, some of the issues that we're asking about, and Mr. Auslander was asking about, whether or not a 20-foot house fits in the neighborhood. And we all certainly know the neighborhood pretty well. And I feel like the board individually would be able to, vote with without bias and with knowledge of the neighborhood, whether or not that would fit that character. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of bring that up because it's an issue that happens consistently with these non-conforming lots, right? But if you have nothing else, we'll move on to the next party.
You should move on. I'll leave it to the board's good judgment.
Yeah.
Sam, do you still have your hand up?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. Sorry.
My name is Greg Durbano, 106 Hickory Lane. I'm the house to the left of this.
So you're the adjacent property?
I'm the adjacent property, which is going to be 10 foot off of my house.
Are those your trucks?
Yes.
Those are your trucks on his property?
On not his property, the other guy's property. That I talked to that guy that owned it, and he was okay with me parking them there. Yeah. I mean, I took all the woods out of that whole thing and graded it as grass. And I've been cutting the grass for 30 years.
Okay.
So I just looked at this house next to my house is going to hurt the value of my house. My father, when he built that house, bought lots to accommodate his house, setbacks, everything. And that one piece of lot was there. You were saying like you should have bought. He tried. The guy wanted way too much money for it at the time. And he said, I don't need it. Why do I need to buy it? And that's why it's sitting vacant for how many years? And they've been building in the heights since the sewers come in, which has opened up the door for building on small lots. And this one has always sat there and now, and it's 40 foot. There's a reason it's sitting there. It's too small. I just don't, value of my house is gonna go down with this townhouse next to my house. I just wanted to know, I'm not for this at all.
Okay. Do you have any questions directly for the applicant or just?
No, I just, the only thing they were talking about the grading on the right-hand side of the building going to Tennis Avenue. That water is gonna run, they're gonna have to build up to get it so it doesn't run down that so-called driveway. That's all. I don't know how they're gonna grade all that, but that's, that's something for another day, but that's all I have.
Okay, thanks.
I'm Sharon Haslett, 32 Hickory Lane. I'm on the other side, and that's Tennis Avenue is our driveway. The original builder took that over as his driveway, so we continue to use it as that. Just to let you know, I'm concerned because there is a buffer zone of township property that comes up on the other side of our driveway attaching to this lot. And it is higher, so I am concerned that we are going to get a lot of water runoff coming down. So I really need to be assured that everything will be done, and if there is an issue, that you will come back and fix it. My other concern is on that buffer zone property there, the township. There are huge pine trees and ash trees at the lower bottom. And if you come and start excavating and disturb those roots, how do I know that those trees aren't going to fall over on my house? So I'm really concerned about digging there and disrupting those trees, or will they be taken down even though they're on the township property? So that's my concerns. Thank you.
Do we have any other party protestants?
Andrew Coyle, 106 Main. Just I heard a question asked and answered about a variance for height. I'm curious to how that was answered if there's no architectural drawings. Is it wouldn't need a variance?
I guess they're just saying
I heard
when
the
they
question,
design
the
one,
civil
that it would
engineer
be
said
within
that
the-
it wouldn't need a height variance.
They're just not asking for a variance for height. So whatever they would design would conform height wise is basically all that they're saying.
Yeah, we are not asking.
From the
for a
civil
variance.
engineer answered that.
Sorry.
I'm a little confused how he would know that. That's all. And the other thing, as far as the lot size, I mean, I'm here 12 years. And I had a lot next to me in a house, but that lot was over 12,000 square feet. That's fine, but when you say it's America, buy a lot, but you're telling me I can't build on it, if it's less than 12,000 square feet, I think that's a little overboard. Or we would have bought these lots, if we knew we could put houses in here. And the other thing was that it will change the character of the neighborhood, just for the record. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had a second thought. All those roads are private roads, so are you aware that we get no township plowing or ice coverage or anything at all? We all in our deeds say that we own to the middle of the street. So if any damage is done to the street, the owners of the houses have to take care of it. But we would also need an assurance that your construction trucks come in on our private roads, which were not laid as normal township streets. They're just a little bit of gravel with blacktop on top of them. So they are very susceptible to damage, so that they would need to be repaired also if your trucks do any damage to our roads there.
Okay. Before we, oh, yes, all right. So you understand you can be a party protester, you just have to produce within 7 days your power.
Yeah, I just, where do I need to bring that? Can I,
Bring it to the township, you can give it to Mr. Neese or Mr. Reschek.
okay, a copy's okay?
Yeah, we just need a copy of the power of attorney.
Okay, great. I haven't lived like in Newtown Square, but I grew up there. And I know when I come back and I go into the neighborhood, there have been some, what I call shotgun shacks put up. And I know that you can get variances, you know, you can get in to build the property. I totally understand. It's a nice neighborhood, but it is going to look extremely odd to have these beautiful houses and this little doll's house that's probably smaller than the, you know, it's going to be a miniature. It's going to be like a townhome in like this neighborhood. So, you know, I do want to stress that we're not going to be looking at a house and then see, you know, like this little house in the middle of them. But thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, guys on Zoom, I'm going to close the record unless you have anything, and then we'll open it up to public comment before vote. We'll let the applicant have any closing thoughts or closing testimony as well. So folks on Zoom.
Hey, Mike, this is Ed. So just one thing real quick, in the testimony and the items that were presented from the applicant and the attorney, there was a couple photos of properties, I'm assuming, which kind of, you know, indicate what they're looking to build there. And if I missed the question earlier, I'm sorry, but do we know if they are the size of those homes? Does the applicant or Mr. Damon know the size of those homes that are, you know, in the neighborhood, and if they match this property that you're looking to build?
I don't know. Answer that.
Not to understand the question, I didn't. Do we know the size of the homes that are the depictions in A4, 5, and 6? Is that what the question is?
So
A4, I think there's got some dimensional requirements. The lot, I mean, I think that's why they pulled it off, as you know, that's typical for the square footage.
Was that your question, Ed? Are the pictures accurate representations of what they're planning on building from a width perspective?
Yeah, that and if they know, I mean, I was kind of looking at them, thinking a garage, you know, 8 feet wide plus, you know, is that a 20 by 40 house that you're showing in those pictures, and a depiction of kind of what you're intending to build, in lieu of us having an actual plan and kind of a drawing or markup of what's going on this property.
I don't know if you have the handouts. It seems at least the one we know of, the green looking one with the sunken driveway, has a width of 20 feet, it says on it. But the blue one, I don't know if that.
Yes, so in the packet, it was on pages 39 and 42. Those are the ones I was looking at, you know, here in the entire packet for the not just this case, but the packet that went out that was 142 pages. It was 39 and 42. Just curious if that's what's going there or proposed.
Different case.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think they know what is going there. They just know the width would be 20 feet. And these are representations of what could go there.
Got it. Thanks.
Correct.
Ed, if you'll wait just a minute, I'm taking pictures of these and I'm going to send those to both you and Mike.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, so before we close the record and we open it to public comment, do you have any closing testimony here?
No, I don't think we have any additional testimony based on the answers. I just, for procedurally, if I didn't before, I'll move the admission of A1 through A6 into the record.
Okay, we'll grant that.
No further testimony. We would close our case.
Okay, and Ed, I do know what you were talking about. So disregard that. Those are for a different case. When the township compiled the agenda, there wasn't a clear delineation. Okay, so just disregard those for your decision. Okay, so we're going to close the record on this. We're going to open it up to public comment. And again, public comment, there's no legal standing. You don't have the option to cross-examine, or the applicant has no obligation to respond to any comments or questions you may have for them. but you're simply trying to address the board and make an impact on our decision, okay? Sure, why don't you come on up? Speaking of the mic.
I was just wondering, if he wants to build for himself to live in, but now after he builds that property, is there anything that you sign saying that he's gonna live in there for a certain amount of time before sale date or anything to that effect?
Mike, can you get that gentleman to identify himself and?
And please come to the podium so that we can be on the mic and so that the people at home can hear. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is James Bonner. I live at 112 Locust Street. And my question is there anything saying that he has to live in that house after it's built, since he's building it for himself and his wife? And how long before it can go on the market to be sold after it's built? If that's the case, if he's building it for himself.
I mean, to answer the question, there's no legal restriction.
Well, I think there should be. If that's the case, if it's for him. Thank you.
Thanks.
Patty Wilson, 4111 Battles Lane. I would urge you to consider getting more information before making a decision. One, because that area that you keep saying might be a road, might not be a road, might be a right of way, will have legal consequences in terms of who actually owns it, depending on what its status is. Having that information, I believe, would be incredibly valuable for you to be able, because you have neighbors that may have some ability to make an adverse possession claim related to some of this land. They might be able to get a quick claim if this is no longer a township road, and that would change the way this lot looked. Secondarily, without some picture of what this gentleman thinks he wants to build, all you're looking at is a block. I don't know how you ever decide this will be in character of the neighborhood. He said 2 stories, but he's not committed to a height that's close to 2 stories. So should you decide that you want to make a decision tonight, I'm going to urge you to more clearly define what conditions, whether they be the house can't be higher than 27 feet, the side yards have to be equal, whatever will give them a house that's in character of the neighborhood in the absence of an actual picture. I can't recall any circumstance where you could easily make a decision here without a more clear picture, because I appreciate the fears these folks have. 20 by 40 will, in my view, look closer to, no offense if the person is living here, to the house that got built in the Heights, which I think many would view as a mistake, that looks like a birdhouse because we let it go to 45 feet. So in an attempt to now, with these lots, if we understand we've opened the door for opportunity, that we be really restrictive, because as zoning hearing boards, you are allowed to attach reasonable conditions. And those reasonable conditions include whatever restriction you believe makes this in character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
So we do know that the deeds of the house go to the center of the street as reported. So we do know who owns and who maintains and who does that. So we do have many information on what goes on. Thank you.
Anything else for public comment? Okay. Anyone on the board have a motion?
Gentlemen, you can defer your decision until next month.
I'm prepared to. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. In the absence of an actual plan and due to the cross-examination by Mr. Auslander and the party protestants, in my belief that it doesn't suit the character of the neighborhood, I make a motion to deny application Z 2021-33. We have a second.
I will second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, Ed Burzes.
Aye, Michael Goodkin.
Okay, so the motion is denied. Right. Thank you. Okay, so next up, we have case Z 2021-37. Richard and Arlene Regnier of 116 Locust Street, Newtown Square, pertaining to the subject property at the corner of Tennis and Locust. Property owner seeking variance relief and special exception approval to construct a single-family dwelling on the property, which is considered a non-conforming lot in accordance with the provisions of section 172, 34B and 172-141. Applicant also requests relief from any other sections of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the zoning hearing process. The subject property is located in R3 zoning district. And let's do, while the applicant is setting up, let's do a 5-minute break and we'll meet back at 8:55.
Pretty good, thank you.
You don't know what, okay. Oh, can you give him the second pill?
I have to bang. We're back from our break.
So I need to do what I need to do while you're talking.
Sure. Okay. We have Ed back. All right, Ed and Sam, we're straight. Okay, so why don't you introduce yourselves? I've already given the intro to the case we're hearing and what you're asking. So tell us who you are and what you're here for.
My name is Charles Miller. I'm representing Richard Regnier, record owner of the vacant corner lot at Locust and Tennis. It's tax folio number 30-00-02564-00. If I could, I have exhibit packets here that I'd like to hand out. I know I'm going to have extras, so I'm sure there's some people in the crowd. They want some. I do have some extras.
Great.
I emailed that as well to the township solicitor as well.
So just, again, before you kind of go into your opening statements here, just who you are, we're going to get the applicant actually sworn in.
If I could get sworn as well, just for the background of the lots, I mean, you just heard it, but I'm going to go through it again.
Very good. All right. So, sir, your name and address?
He can't hear very well, so
Okay.
speak up.
Can you share your name and address, please? Well, you're going to swear in, yeah.
Right now?
They do both swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
And Andy, is the file in order? There you go. Thanks.
I'm sorry, Michael, I was on mute. Yes, it is.
All right. And do we have any party protestants, given the same criteria that our solicitor described for the previous case? Does anybody need that to be reiterated? Okay, so if you wish to be a party protestant, please come up, introduce yourselves.
Good evening, Leonard, Leonard, Altieri, Altieri, Supreme Court ID 323619. I live at 611 Tennis, Tennis Avenue. It is the property directly across the street from the applicant's property. Mr. Chairman, there are two things that I think are pertinent before you ask the parties of whether they have any objection to my standing as a party protestant that I think are relevant to be placed on the record before we move to that, if I may proceed. So two things. Number one, I am standing here today in my individual capacity as the property owner of 611 Tennis Avenue, not as a member of the Newtown Township Board of Supervisors or in the role as that of the chairman of the Board of Supervisors. Keeping in standards with the canons of professional responsibility, I have informed my colleagues on the board as well as the township that I would be standing here today as a party protestant to protect the financial interests that I have. And in doing so, they have walled me off, meaning for those listening and for those who will read this transcript or those watching, there has been no communication between the township and myself. There's been no dialogue between the supervisors and myself. I have effectively been shut out as it relates to this project or as it relates to this application, I should say. That's number one. Number two, I think it's also relevant to state in the applicant's application, there is a reference in there, and I think it's relevant for the following reasons. There's a reference in there that his prior attempts were blocked because of the political motivations of a supervisor. Obviously, when he originally applied, it was in 2000. I would have been a fourth grader at St. Anastasia's, but individuals in the neighborhood have asked me if I was that supervisor. So I think it's important. I know it wasn't the intention of the applicant, but I think it's important to state on the record that that was not me, especially since my name is brought up in the supporting documentation that the applicant provided with regard to some of the concerns that I raised to his attorney. And with that, I have nothing else. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thanks. Any other party protestants?
Yes, so was it?
Nicholas Berardi, and it's 606 Tennis Avenue. Correct.
Hi, my name's James Bonner. I'm at 112 Locust Street. I'm right behind, right the corner of the property.
Mary San Francisco, 600 Tennis Avenue, Newtown Square. And I am next to Nick that has the property adjacent to the applicant. San Francisco, one word small f. Same as Paul, yep.
No relation. Okay. Any other party protestants? Okay, so again, we're going to follow the same.
Mr. Chairman, I'm slow on the click there. This is Rich Sikora on behalf of the township. We have standing as the township, and I'll just be participating, not necessarily in direct opposition.
Thank you. Were there any comments? The inbox or anything?
I checked for the last one. Let me check for this one real quick.
Okay. So we'll say silence is denied. So same ground rules as before.
No comment.
Thanks. We're going to let the applicant present his case in full with questioning back and forth from the board.
I just would, I'm sorry to interrupt. Sure. I just would make note, if anybody that's listening on the Zoom wishes to raise their hand and be a party protestant, they should do so now.
Do that.
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll let you go.
Well, as you just heard, this is another property, undersized lot in the R3 zoning district in Newtown Heights. So unfortunately, you kind of have to sit through on some of this same explanation, but I'll go through the history of this because this case has a little more history than all the other cases, unfortunately, and or fortunately. So the Newtown Heights subdivision was created in 1924-25. The individual lots in the Heights were 20 feet wide, except for the corner lots, which were 25 feet wide. At that time, many of those lots were purchased people purchased multiple lots. That subdivision plan was prepared by Weir and Kine Civil Engineers. It was dated August 24th and revised October 6, 1924, and it was recorded in the Recorder of Deeds in Delaware County on March 27, 1925 at Plan Case 3, page 1. This subject lot is 45 by 100. It's a corner lot. The longer dimensions on Locust, the shorter is along Tennis. If the subject parcel was created and predates the township's first zoning ordinance, which was approved on January 24th, 1938 as ordinance number 1. The R3 zoning district was created March 30th, 1959, effective April 9th, 1959, at which time the requirement for a minimum lot size of 12,000 square feet was established, thus making this property a non-conforming lot. Until March 11th, 1985, when ordinance 1985-3 was adopted by the township, section 1377.02 of the township zoning ordinance specifically authorized the development of non-conforming lots by special exception. The property in question has been owned in single and separate ownership. That's going to be exhibits A1 and A2 since 1931, which predates the zoning ordinance. It continued to be owned in single and separate ownership through 1959 zoning ordinance amendment, which created the R3 zoning district, and the 1985 amendment, which eliminated the ability to develop it by special exception as a non-conforming lot. The board is aware of these non-conforming lots is one which was lawful when those were created, but which no longer complies with those zoning regulations as a result of those subsequent zoning amendments. This subject lot is non-conforming in many ways. We're talking front yards, side yards, it's a corner lot. It requires 2 front yards, building area, contiguous building area, frontage. Due to these, the number of variances that would be required, they would not be granted. We would argue that to allow a reasonable use of that lot would be necessary for the variances in order to avoid the sterilization of the lot. The proposal you're going to hear this evening is a proposal to build a modest home at the property of 22 feet wide by the depth of 36 feet for a footprint of 792 square feet. My client was previously in contact with the township in 1990s regarding this property and submitted, ultimately resulting in an application that was submitted before this board, identified as application number 2000-6, requesting the same zoning relief we're here for this evening. The board denied that application for various reasons, including an argument that the nonconformity was self-created and that it was detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood. My client appealed that decision, and the board's decision was subsequently overturned by Judge Satuski, the Court of Common Pleas. That decision was later affirmed on appeal by the township to the Commonwealth Court. Ultimately, after many more years of negotiation, this board entered an order which was dated, oddly enough, 11 years ago today, January 20, 2011. That's in the exhibit packets. I believe it's A5. And it allowed the zoning relief we're requesting for here this evening. There were some additional conditions which were imposed, and that then became subject of additional arguments, which were resolved by this order. Based upon that prior order, my client had a building site plan, building permit plan prepared. That's exhibit A9, which shows the 22 by 36 foot house. At that time, the proposal had a garage and a driveway located off Tennis Avenue. At that time, because the application was submitted, so far in advance in 2000, the township's then stormwater management ordinance did not apply. That was part of the court hearings and the arguments by the township. As a result of circumstances which my client will discuss, the zoning relief which was granted by that order was lapsed and has now expired. That obviously coincided with the time of the economic downturn and various other items or issues in my client's personal life. So now we're back here before the board, all these years later, asking for the same dimensional relief. The plan that's being proposed is exhibit A10. It shows the same 22 by 36 home, but there's 2 changes that my client will talk about. It eliminates the garage, and that's because he now has to comply with the stormwater management. So there's stormwater management facilities proposed. Those are in the front yard there at Tennis with an underground infiltration bed. and therefore the driveway was moved around on Locust. The stormwater management calculations that my client had performed at his request are attached as A13. Just to go over the relief that's requested, again, it's lot and area frontage, which is 172-34B1, contiguous building lot area, which is 172-34B2. Front yard, there's two, so it's 172-34B5 and 172-112, two required front yards. And then the side yard, 172-34B6 and 172-109. The changes from the prior plan were done to accommodate the stormwater management. And then I think side steps were added on the side as a result of conversations with the township or recommendation by the township. I think that must be a building code issue. These undersized lots have obviously been an issue for the township. Our exhibits A16 and A18 show houses in this neighborhood which have been built on these undersized lots over the years. And exhibit A14 are pictures of the existing road conditions on Locust, which is a private roadway in that area. Exhibit A15 is a petition of some neighbors who signed in support of my client's application. And there's selection of certain provisions of the township code or zoning ordinance in there as well. I think it's A17. There's also an exhibit that shows this is a negative building on the negative building envelope for this property. I think that's A11. So with all that, I would ask that my client be permitted to testify.
Thank you. Yep.
Sir, if you could, you've already been sworn. If you could state your name and address, you already did that. You said you live at 116 Locust, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how far down from the subject property is that?
It's up the street, two houses.
Okay. And how long have you lived at 116 Locust?
1966.
And did you live in the Heights?
I lived in the Heights since 1959.
And you live since 1959, you've lived in Newtown Heights?
Absolutely.
And are you also a business owner in the township?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been in business?
Over 40 years.
And what is it that you do?
Contracting, electrical, mechanical.
All right. If I could just turn to the exhibit A1, I'm giving you an exhibit packet here. If you could look it over and let us know, is that the deed to your property, which is dated February 22nd, 1979? When I say your property, the subject property.
That's correct.
If I could for just 1 second, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have mailed a full packet to the two board members who are not here tonight. So they have the ability to see the exact same thing that every other board member is seeing. So.
Physically or digitally?
I'd send it to them digitally. Yes. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
And the property that's in exhibit A1, that deed, your deed to this property, that's the property that's subject here this evening, correct?
Correct.
And you and your wife bought that property from Antonio Gianascoli, is that correct?
That is correct.
And since that time of 1979, have you maintained that property?
Yes.
You've taken care of it?
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. Have you ever known anyone has directly owned the adjacent parcels to that subject property during the time that you've owned it or lived in that neighborhood? Meaning, has anyone owned both those parcels?
No,
The subject
it's
property.
single and separate ownership since 1920s.
Exhibit A2, if you could look at that for a second, does that appear to be a copy of the deed conveying the property from the I think it's Prantalone and Francesca Gianascoli to Antonio Gianascoli?
Yep.
And that's who you purchased the property from, who
Yes.
bought? And is that deed dated December 29th, 1931?
Mhm.
Okay. If you guys say yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. It is, yes, it is. So to the best of your knowledge and based upon your history in living in the township and in particularly in that neighborhood, did you ever know that Mr. Gianascola ever owning the subject property and the adjacent properties?
Never he did. No, he did. He never owned anything other than that.
You got to speak up as best you can, okay? So sometime in the 1990s, as I let the board know, you began the process to develop this subject lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were intending to put a single family residence on that property.
I was always intended to put a single family home on it.
And eventually you did in fact file an application with this board, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And you were requesting zoning relief based upon the regulations of variances from the bulk and area requirements of the R3 zoning district, is that correct?
That is correct.
And was that application 2000-6 to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
And as part of that process, did you have to testify before this board?
not this new board.
Right. But the board at that time, back
Yes.
in 2000?
Yes.
Yeah. And at that time, were you also seeking to build a 22 by 36
Yes,
single-family residence there?
that's right.
And you applied for the same variances that you're applying for here this evening?
Yeah, the only exception would be the fact that the house had a under the ground, I mean, it had a front beneath the house, a garage. As a result of the stormwater management obligation, had to give up something, so we gave up the garage under the house and put the driveway in the back.
And am I correct that that application was denied by this board, is that correct? Back
Yes.
then? Okay. And did you appeal that relief to the Delaware Court of Common Pleas?
I did.
Okay. And was that captioned as Delaware County Civil Action Number 00-5904?
The best of my ability was.
And as a result of that appeal, did you have to attend hearings and arguments on the merits of your appeal?
Constantly.
Yeah. And as a result of that appeal, did Judge Zatusky enter an order which granted you your appeal and directed that the township grant the requested zoning relief?
Yes, that happened.
And it's my understanding that the township then appealed that decision to the Commonwealth Court, correct?
They did.
Turning to Exhibit A4 of your packet, does that appear to be a printout of the Commonwealth Court's decision affirming Judge Zatusky's decision? I think there's a tab there on the side.
Yeah.
I think it says affirmed there, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that's Commonwealth Court docket number 226 CD05, is that correct?
Yes.
I do notice that it says Martini as the plaintiff. Can you just kind of describe that?
Martini was a person that I sold the property to because there's always been a controversy about, well, you can't build on an undersized lot, okay? And this has been going on all these years. And unfortunately, I've lived long enough that.
Right. But you never actually sold that property to him, correct?
Never sold it because he was discouraged by people within the township. Seriously.
So after the Commonwealth Court's decision, did you then have to come back before this board to, with regard to your requested relief?
Yes.
And were some of the issues that were discussed at that time, the legal conditions of approval, which was part of Judge Zatusky's order?
For the most part, they were totally Judge Zatusky's orders.
Okay. So as a result of that, did you have to then go back to the Court of Common Pleas in front of ultimately in front of Judge Kenny after Judge Zatusky passed away? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And as a result of a hearing there, did you have to testify or did you give testimony in front of Judge Kenny?
I actually, not only that, I actually had to appear for a trial prep.
Okay.
For basically taking the township, holding them accountable. And I was at a hearing on January 4th. Of course, that's what Judge Kennedy got involved again.
Judge Kenny.
Kenny.
So essentially, you've been through the court system on your 2000 application, is that correct?
Correct.
And so ultimately, you then found yourself back in front of this board 11 years ago today on January 20th, 2011, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And at that time, that's when you obtained an order for relief, which was negotiated and agreed to between the parties?
Yes.
And Exhibit A5 of the exhibit packet, is that a copy of the order that was entered by this board? on that application?
That's what I was just looking for. It appears to be, yes.
And you provided me with various transcripts of some of the hearings that you attended over the years. And those, I've had those marked as exhibit A6, A7, and A8. To the best of your knowledge, are those true and correct copies of those transcripts of those hearings, other than your handwritten notes in the margin?
Yes, yes.
So just for the board, A6 is a May 30th, 2006 hearing before this board on the application 2006. A7 is testimony on January 4th before the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas, which is 00-5904. And A8 was the hearing on the application when the order was rendered on January 20th, 2011. So, after you received that order from this board granting your relief, did you have a plan prepared for purposes of obtaining a building permit?
Yes, I did, and I actually brought it into this township building and delivered the complete building package, dated, stamped that it was received, and it was never to be found again for 6 months. And then at that point, I got a phone call. You can come down to the township building and pick it up. That's where
If you could turn to exhibit A9 of your exhibit packet, is that the building permit plan that you had prepared by E.B. Walsh engineers?
Yes.
Okay. And was that plan prepared to reflect the zoning relief which was granted by this board's January 20, 2011 order?
Yes, it was.
And as a result of that order that was entered, were you at that time required to do any stormwater management for the property?
No, it was not. And it was actually an order by the judge, Kinney, or however you say it. And it was his instruction. The ordinance did not exist at the time I've been attempting to build a house on this property. So
it didn't apply. You didn't have to do
didn't
stormwater.
apply.
Okay.
And he said it does not. And he told the principal people here that it didn't apply, much to their chagrin, but he told them that's the way it is, and that's the way he left it.
Now, as one of the conditions of the order, the January 20th, 2011 order, am I correct that relief granted would expire in 6 months unless you obtain a building permit, correct?
Correct.
And you never obtained that building permit, correct?
Because.
Well, you didn't obtain the building permit.
No, I
correct?
did not.
Okay.
I did not get
All right.
one.
And can you so your variance relief expired, is that correct? To the best of your knowledge?
No, because I went to Governor Rendell, actually at an Act 46, and Act 46 was inserted and given to the principals.
Well, let me ask you this. Sorry to cut you off, but you never applied for a building permit during the extension of that as well, correct? You haven't received a building permit under that,
No.
correct? Okay.
Because.
So can I just ask you, why is it that can you tell the board some of the reasons why the relief expired? What occurred?
Actually, you couldn't, if anybody remembers history, Wall Street situation between George Bush Jr. and Obama was when Wall Street had its catastrophe and nobody would loan you money. You couldn't get money from anybody for any reason. And so, of course, I put it off. What are you going to do? If you can't get the money, you can't get the money. But in 2017, 2016 is when that Act 46 expired. During that period, 2016, 17, my wife and I discovered she had pancreatic cancer. Changes the whole map. What am I going to do? Do this, or am I going to take care of my wife? I took care of my wife. And now, unfortunately, she has died. She died literally in 2018. And now I finally got to the point in my life whereas now I can come back and continue with what both her and I started, which was a house which you don't know was intended for my oldest daughter to move into with her husband. Never saw the day. She's now 56. That's how long this has been, seriously. And I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but that's a fact. But,
but now you're back before this board
I'm back.
requesting the same dimensional relief that you did before, correct?
looking for help in getting a relief, yes.
So if you could turn to Exhibit A10, which is a site plan set, consists of 4 sheets.
Yep.
Is that the site plan that you are proposing for this property that you had prepared by E.B. Walsh?
Correct.
And that site plan is last revised January 6th of this year?
That is correct.
And so I'm going to have you go over the plan itself a little bit. Again, you're proposing a 22-foot by 36-foot single-family dwelling, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And I mentioned those in my opening, that there are a couple differences in this plan and in the prior 2013 plan, which is Exhibit A9. One, you mentioned the driveway. That driveway is now proposed, instead of coming off Tennis, it's now proposed off Locust, is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you please explain to the board the reason for moving the driveway to that location?
In order to meet the stormwater abatement demand by the township, the lowest point on the lot is in front of the house where the driveway was. So that I had to give up the driveway. So then I put the driveway in the backyard and put the house, just like every other house in the Heights that's of this era, they're 25-foot setbacks from the front. That's actually what they all are.
So is the 25-foot where the building is proposed to be 25 feet off Tennis, correct?
Off Tennis.
Right. And how does that align with the neighboring houses and the houses on that street?
The gentleman back there lives in.
Well, go ahead.
Gentleman back here that came up, that wants to speak. He actually lives in that one of those houses there.
And how far back from the Tennis?
He's 25 feet back from the front. Why? Because my mother's sister owned the property. So I firsthand knowledge of the whole, thing is that belonged to my mother's sister.
So
from 1931.
So with respect to, you talked about eliminating the garage. Can you provide a basic summary as to why the reasons for eliminating the garage?
In an effort to make the home that I was intent on building more desirable, I removed the garage from in front of the house so that I could put the stormwater abatement to the front of the property where the low slope is, which goes towards Tennis Avenue. And the gentleman, one of the other gentlemen back here, is the property owner beside the back of my property. And he has a driveway right there also. And my driveway would be directly alongside of that, which is opposite the house that's on the opposite side of Locust Street. So the two driveways would line up with each other. And since when it was in the front of the property,
And what was in front of the property?
the driveway was in front of the property
On Tennis? you said?
on Tennis Avenue. Every house that's been built in the Heights since that period of time, that's been accommodated to fit on the undersized lot, quote unquote. They put these driveways in the front with a garage. There's no parking. There's absolutely no parking with putting two cars in a driveway in front of the house. And you could go around the corner right at Tennis Avenue and Chester Street. The very first house around the corner. It's like peacock blue. And it's 2.5 story. It's 55 feet long on the same size lot. I'm only asking to make a 22 by 36 home on that same lot. Minimum.
So one of the other things, obviously, you mentioned it, is that there's now stormwater management. And you're, what's on the, I think that's, if you could turn to sheet 3 of the set plan. This shows a proposed 32-foot by 9-foot by 6-foot underground infiltration bed. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does.
And as a result of having to now comply with the township stormwater management ordinance, did you commission E.B. Walsh to conduct tests and design a system to comply with that ordinance?
Yes, I did, for them to design the whole thing.
Okay. And I think if that report is submitted, if you could turn to Exhibit A13.
Correct, that's it.
And is that the report that you were given as a result of requesting the stormwater management report?
Yes, it is.
And based upon this report, with stormwater management facilities were added to the proposed property, is that correct?
It is.
And if the board were inclined to grant you variances that you've requested, you obviously would have no objection to a condition that you meet the minimum requirements of the township stormwater management ordinance?
Yes, that's the intent of what it is by making the house smaller.
Right. And one of the other things I want to highlight to the board is the deviations from the prior plan. The setback from tennis, I think you kind of talked about it. It was 34 feet, if I'm correct.
Yes, it was.
You're now proposing to 25 feet. Can you kind of summarize why that is?
Again, you cannot put a driveway in the front of the house because you can't put a driveway in front of the house because the stormwater management program is taking up that space. And that is the lowest point of the property. And of course, as it exits to Tennis Avenue. And so you're left with only one exception.
So, and
just get rid of the driveway in the front, get rid of the garage and put it in the backyard. And then turn around and literally just make it a home.
And I do notice that there's now side steps that come off the front porch and which side steps which come off Locust. Can you talk about why those were added?
We stuck with the steps coming off on the sidewalk. I mean, on the Locust Street side, as a result of a conversation which we had a prior meeting in the township here.
So it was a recommendation by
And
one
there
of
was
the
a
township.
recommendation by Andy Rezick.
Yeah, the building code official.
Yes,
the zoning officer.
he asked me if I would just make sure that the steps were on the side.
So likely it's a code issue, is that correct?
Yeah.
That's your understanding?
Or he felt that way, I guess, but.
All right, if you could turn to exhibit A11 of the packet, which is titled as a negative building envelope exhibit, which we prepare for the hearing. This exhibit is like a rudimentary scaled outline of the subject property, which is 45 foot by 100 feet with the required setbacks that we can go over. So for front yard, this is a corner lot, so you have to have two front yards. Is that correct?
Yes, yes,
So
it is.
under the township zoning orders, those minimum lots are 45 feet and 35 feet, and that's illustrated on that exhibit. This one that's up there right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And that's labeled on this exhibit. You see that 45 feet from the front and 30-foot front off Locust?
Yes.
Okay. And for side yard, as a corner lot, the minimum side yard, I believe, has to be 25 foot. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And is that labeled 25 feet side yard on this exhibit?
Yes, it is.
And for the rear yard, the minimum rear yard is to be 25 foot as
25.
well, correct?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
is that also labeled on this exhibit?
Yes, it is.
So given those yard and area limitation, is there a, what would be called a negative building envelope that's highlighted on this exhibit?
Yes, there is a negative. What you could possibly squeeze in there in view of the front, all the setbacks.
So basically you can't squeeze anything in there, correct?
No.
Okay, so without relief from the board, no building of any width of any size could be built on
Can be
this
built.
in conformity with the zoning ordinance, correct?
Correct.
So we just went over that, just to kind of go through the relief and the deviations that you're requesting. So for lot area and frontage, the required, as your understanding, is 12,000 square foot and 80-foot frontage. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, is that on A11?
No, I think
Or
it's
10.
10.
Okay.
But you're proposing 4,500 square foot, which is the lot size.
The lot size is 4,500.
And 45-foot frontage. Is that correct?
No, with a 25 foot.
Well, no, the frontage of the lot itself.
Yes.
Okay, the lot frontage.
Yeah.
Okay.
The lot frontage.
And the building lot area, is your understanding under 172-34B2 of the township zoning ordinance? It's required contiguous building lot area of 6,000 square feet. Obviously, you don't meet that, correct?
Correct.
Yours is 4,500 square feet.
Yes.
And as we talk about front yards, the required of being 45 foot and 30 foot, you're proposing 25 feet and 17. Is that correct?
Yes.
So 25 feet off from
Tennis.
tennis. And 17,
17 off of Locust
right.
and 39 off of the back of the property.
Right. And with respect to side yard to your neighboring, the adjacent
6
property
feet,
owner.
which hasn't changed in, yeah, too fast. You want to go back on that?
All right. So for the side yard, what is required under the township zoning, which is 25 feet, correct?
Yes.
And so you're proposing 6 feet, is that correct?
Which is the same plan that we approached the Commonwealth Court with and was approved. The Media's Court, which was approved. And then the subsequent one, when I went to the state's Supreme Court, which of course ruled it to come back to the Commonwealth Court, at which point that's when I met. I had to go to a pre-trial hearing on January 4th. I apologize, the exact date. I'm at a loss on, but it was like 2010, somewhere in there. 11? It was, yeah, it's 2010, 11. And which I had to sit through that as the judge basically reprimanded the two solicitors from the township for their actions. And
so just to kind of move on, because we're on this application, if we could, but just what's different from this from the application before to this application?
Just moving, getting rid of the driveway and the garage in the front, putting it in the back, no garage at all. And the side setbacks, 17 foot, the 6 feet, all are just the way they were over 20 years ago.
But the front
That's
setback.
25.
25 as opposed to 34, correct?
Correct.
So it increases the rear setback. Or
Yes,
rear.
it allows more distance between the back and the property line.
So if you could turn to exhibit A12, which are, do those show the approximate elevations and floor plans for this, for what the proposed home?
Correct.
And are those, is that floor plan going to be exact as to what you might ultimately build if authorized?
It'll be exact with the exception of there's always alterations to how the builder applies the way because it's sitting on the ground now, or it's got a full basement under it. And in this case, we changed the whole, I had to go out and get it re-engineered to take the garage out of it, and which changed things to some degree. But from an overall view, they're minimal, if there's anything.
That would change.
The steps coming off the back door are steps coming off the back door. As far as any engineering to that, it's minimal at best. And then we changed the staircase, the little porch that's coming off the front on A12. The steps were originally coming off to the front where the railing is, but as Andy requested that I make them direction towards Locust Street, which I did. So the steps are coming down on the Locust Street side.
Now, to your knowledge, is public water and sewer and other utilities available for this property?
Everything.
And how do you know that?
I've been here long enough. I'm part of the group that actually got the sewers put in there. I'm part of the same group that brought aqua water into the Heights. So I have a lot of history here. And I'm not bragging, but it's just, it's hard to believe that I've been here this long, you know.
So will your proposal comply with the township's building height requirements?
Yes, it will.
And is the Locust Street that's in the vicinity of this subject property, is that a public or private roadway?
Locust Street is a private road.
And so the township doesn't maintain that road, correct?
They don't do anything.
All right. So if you could, you know, obviously you live on Locust Street.
I've lived on Locust Street for since 1966.
And so if you could turn to exhibit A4. A14, excuse me.
Right.
There's some pictures, I think. Did you take those pictures?
I've constantly kept a diary of the abuse of the township came through and put sewer lines through the street over 12 feet deep to take them so they could go across Farview Road at the top. They had to go that deep in order to get past the crest so that they had, regular sewer.
Crest. You said
The crest, I'm sorry. Pull that off my head. And so this street has caved in continuously since the sewers were put in. And I don't want to say it, but there's a few death years around that one hole got pretty deep and they sent a dump truck around with dry coal pack. And they dumped the coal pack in it to try to fix it. And that was the cure. But every house that has a lateral coming to the main is where it has caved in, every one along the street. And it's unfortunate, but I actually could tell you from the edge of my property to Tennis Avenue have paved that street. And then what happens, the sewers come in, they dug that up. So in the negotiations with the sewer authority at that time, because it wasn't a municipal authority, they agreed to resurface the road, which of course had sunk too. So that, the ill of the road is not resolved by paving it. It just keeps caving in.
But do those pictures accurately represent or depict what the condition of the roadway is presently?
Well, there are nicer pictures than what really, personally, if you go there and look, represent.
Going back to other houses in the neighborhood, are you aware of other houses in this neighborhood and in the vicinity of this subject property which have built on what we call undersized lots, where without the minimum frontage or the minimum lot area?
Actually, yes. And having been here as long as I have, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see where everyone is. And since I own a similar property, which is one thing I have to throw out there because I heard it in the last conversation. Unbeknownst to some people that came up to make their issues of an argument, the lots were deeded by Newtown Township. It is hanging on the wall in Delaware County Courthouse in a like a 12-foot panel. And we as Newtown Township signed off on all that. And everybody that has a deed, maybe not in the future has a deed, but everybody that had a deed in the 60s or back, the deeds said building property, regardless of size, said a building property. Because really, Newtown Heights and Florida Park were a place where, like the Poconos, they sold lots to build a vacation home, because in Castle Rock was an amusement park. We had the trolley car coming from Newtown Square all the way to West Chester. And that was an amusement park. So of course, people from Center City, Philadelphia came out and used the amusement park. But then some people wanted to have a vacation house in Florida Park or in Newtown Heights. And there are still some houses, 2-bedroom little Cape Cods. There's one right across the street from me at the end of my driveway. It's been there. I can't even think of the date. But the thing is, there's also right on Chester Street at Tennis, the first house. It's blue, 55 feet long. It's on a 40-foot wide lot, and it's 22 feet wide. So take 40 feet, take 22 out of it, and that's the definition of the area beside the house. And maybe I shouldn't say this, but
then don't say it.
the people who bought it are extended family. And I didn't encourage that. They bought it from a real estate agent.
So let's just get back to this. So what's been marked as Exhibit A16? If you could turn to that for me. there's a, I think it's a list of properties that's put together from our office based upon our files and
Yes,
from some of the properties that you identified to me that involved building undersized lots.
yes.
Now, some of those we submitted pictures for. If you could kind of go through that, it's collectively A16. I think there's several different pictures there. And they did label, but I don't know if they got cut off. But for instance, 37 Main Street, if you could flip through your packet there, there's pictures on there. Keep flipping through the exhibit if you don't mind. You went too far. So that's
the blue one.
The blue house, yes.
There's the blue one.
All right, so that's a property in the neighborhood that's
Literally the first house on Chestnut from Tennis Avenue going southwest.
So that'd be 107 Chestnut, is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And that's I think my understanding, according to the records, is a 40-foot by 125-foot lot. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
If you could, I think you're skipping some there.
I'm just trying to get back to that other picture.
And the brown house that's currently up on the screen there. It's one you have. Do you recognize that property?
It's another one of the few that were built on smaller properties, and unfortunately, in fact, this is beside 201
Main.
That house, the house that's
not 201.
that house
Okay.
is beside 201 Main Street, which was in the process of being filled, and it's already sold.
If you could flip through, if you could see, is there a picture of the progress of 201 Main in there?
Yes, it is.
If you could identify that one. I think it's, yeah.
201 Main Street is next to the house that's on the other page.
And that's a lot that's the exact same size as yours. is that
Exact
correct?
same size lot is the one in question that I own.
And I do believe you also have pictures in there of 21 Hickory Lane, is that correct?
Wait a minute, let me get over there. Yes, 21, oops, I passed that somewhere along the line. But 21 Hickory Lane sits way up on the hill. And it's basically the same thing, front driveway, garage underneath of it. It's just an impossible situation. And unfortunately, it got built. And I'm just trying to find that photograph.
It's up on the board. Is that, can you see it up on the board there?
Yes, that's 21 Hickory.
Right. And then
And that's on a small lot too, 40-foot wide.
Right, and I think above that picture right there is 37 Main Street. You can scroll up a little bit. Right, and that's a 45 by 125-foot lot.
Yes, it is.
And then exhibit A18, which I don't think was in the email packet, but is in the printed packet. If you could kind of go through, I think there's some more pictures of.
This is on Ellis Avenue.
Right. So 707 Ellis.
Yes.
That's a 50 by 125-foot lot.
Correct. So they couldn't fit it in any other way, so they put it in lengthwise. And the front of the house is actually on the driveway, which is similar to somebody else. Tennis Avenue is, what's that street?
I think that's Locust.
That's what I meant to say.
So then after the next one on A18 is.
This is the one that is opposite my driveway, which is from that period of the early 1900s. It's a 2-bedroom house.
Right, and that would be a 40 by 100-foot lot?
Yeah.
And
Rankin's house, which is on Pine Street, is again, it was built at a period of time. You know, that basically they were all building lots.
so 37 Pine Street, and that's a 40 by 100-foot lot according to the tax records?
And this is also on there. And this house here, up until about 3 years ago, had on-site water and on-site sewage.
And that's 110 Pine Street?
Yes.
Okay, and that's also a 40 by 100-foot lot?
Yes. Oh, excuse me. You know what? It's 40, but it's a 125.
Oh, it's a 125, okay. And then we have 404 College Avenue.
Correct. So this is basically 40 feet wide, and that is actually 100 feet deep. It's on the end of the block.
And then this one is on Tennis.
This
It's
is
a little bigger.
This is the neighbor to the lot, not on this gentleman's side. This is on the other side of Locust Street.
It's
Put my
702
lot
Tennis.
here on the right, the left. This house is on that page. Is this one here?
And
And it's physically on the same street, and it fronts on Tennis.
That's the last page of A18, 702
Yes.
Tennis.
Yes.
So in other words, there are numerous houses throughout the Heights which were built on these undersized lots, correct?
Recently. Some are older, some are recent.
And so do all those pictures, do they fairly and accurately represent those houses that were built on those undersized lots in the Heights?
Oh, absolutely.
And given the number of the residents.
Actually, you missed one. That was the one which is 501. Where did that go?
501 Tennis, I think you're talking about?
Yes, 501 Tennis.
That's in Exhibit A16.
Yes.
Right?
501 Tennis was originally planned by the homeowner to be a split level on Chestnut Street. And he was intimidated through some other individuals that priorly to everybody here.
You gotta speak up.
And, again, one of the solicitors said, I'll make the house so goddamn ugly that you'll never be able to sell it. And that's how that house got built. And everybody now has objected because it's so damn high.
So that's the house that's been
I wanna-
referenced before.
I want
which is really high,
to,
correct?
I want to object to the testimony about what some solicitor said at some time in the past through hearsay, double hearsay. I don't know where Mr. Regnier got it. It wasn't me. I know it wasn't Mr. Catania. I don't know who he's talking about, and I just think that's not needed in this forum anyway.
Yeah, it's not appropriate. So let's just move on from intimidation or hearsay. That was-
Let's just stick to the facts and what you have.
We're considering this case not, I've told people before, we don't manage relationships. So let's just stick to what's relevant for here, okay?
Yeah.
So given the number of residences that we've highlighted in your history of living in the neighborhood, in your opinion, would these variances, if granted, would they alter the essential character of the neighborhood or the district in which the property is located?
No.
All right. And were you able to speak with some of your neighbors about your application here this evening?
Yes, and they would have, unfortunately, I don't know how many got on Zoom, but they were all.
If you could turn to Exhibit A15 in the packet.
Yes.
Is that the petition that some of your neighbors signed in support of your application
Yes,
this evening?
in addition, there were subsequently more people.
But that's
And they all
petition
said that
they-
they were going to Zoom tonight.
So with regard to the variance standards under the township code and the state law, is it your position that the narrowness and the shallowness of this existing small lot results in a unique unnecessary hardship?
It's a hardship that I didn't create. The township let it be created. Unfortunately, the lot was not personally, making it undersized was not having anything to do with the people in this heights. It had everything to do with changing the zoning profiles and excluding these lots by making them appear to be aliens, when in reality, those people that own those properties are just as sincere as the people that own something else down the street. So it's sort of a little, it's crazy.
So do those conditions or the regulations of the R3 zoning district, do those prevent you from being able to develop this property in strict conformity with the zoning ordinance?
Presently.
No. And in your opinion, with the granting of the variances that you're requesting here this evening, in accordance with the plan that's been proposed, would those enable you to a reasonable use of the property?
Yes.
In your opinion, would those variances, if they're authorized, would they substantially or permanently impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent property or be detrimental to the public welfare?
Not by any long shot, absolutely not. And I can tell you this, one thing that it hasn't been brought up all night. Every small lot that exists in the Heights was reassessed in 2021. And I can tell you, this particular lot was reassessed at $84,000. And I'm being told I can't build on the house, build on the lot.
No one's telling you that right now.
But you know what I'm saying, you know, but I mean, you can appreciate it. So there are people right on Chester Street that have similar lots. And they got actually 87,000 because I was going to actually try to appeal all of them.
So,
you know, but it just was.
Bringing it back to.
I have other things to worry about, you know, I'm running a business as well as doing, that's why I you know, trying to do this and at the same time, it's a challenge.
So in your opinion, will the variances, if authorized, represent the minimum variances that would afford you the relief and represent the least modification of the regulations that are at issue here this evening?
Yes.
And can you describe, you know, the size of the home? Can you describe how, whether or not you could, the house could be smaller, feasibly, economically feasible, or to accommodate the living conditions in modern life? Can you talk about that?
It would be totally ignorant to expect someone to reduce the size of that particular planned house, since there's so many things that have been built in the last 5 years that are 3 times the size, you know, on the same lot.
And are some of the houses that we've talked about, that we showed you in A16 and A18, is this house comparable in the size to those, the building itself?
I can actually say this, with the exception of the ones that have been built back in the 30s and maybe the 50s, all the ones that exist beyond that point are 3 times the size of my house. So, I mean, of my plan. And ultimately, and they met the minimum, those particular properties met the minimum desired building plan at the time. So having a 22 by 36, I think it doesn't offend anything. If anything, new tax monies will be coming into the township that far exceed leaving all the lots that are within the Heights as a prisoner to other points of view. I think it's just totally ridiculous.
And
totally ridiculous.
Have you at any point had any thought or kind of plan as to what kind of the design of the home, of what it will look like?
When I first was told, I couldn't have any. Forgive me for mentioning this, but there was a group of people. We were all in a meeting back in August, deciding, but I was reminded that I'd have to start over again, that I'd have to start from scratch. So I thought, well, what the heck, if I got to start from scratch and they're building all these big houses, why can't I build this particular one?
So this isn't part of the packet, but I'm gonna show it to you and have it marked as Exhibit 819. Fortunately, this isn't part of the email.
That's the back of it.
Okay, so if you could look at that, what can you kind of describe? Is that something similar as to what you would intend to do?
This is 22 feet wide. The only thing different with the condition was the porches on the front of the house made it greater than 36. And other than that, so in effort to try and minimize the confrontation, I went back to the original plan that is represented in this packet. The smaller home that had the driveway and the garage underneath of it. And I've eliminated that and just stuck with the house.
But aesthetically, is this something similar as to what you might build?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So if I could give it 819. Thanks.
I'm going to just take a picture and then I'll hand it over to you.
It just, Go ahead.
Just open an opportunity up to this point for the board to ask questions.
I'm actually, I'm finished with this one, so.
Okay.
That was it.
Okay. Smoke coming out of that thing.
How's your fingers there? Fingers all right?
You run out of paper? I guess we have no more to say.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Fired up? Here we go. So are you building A19 or A12?
A12.
A12. Okay.
That's what I went to the meeting in August with, that print, because I already purchased those blueprints.
Okay.
And that's what I was going to build because I thought it looked.
Because people see
Oh,
what they
God,
can get
yeah,
away
it's
with in the heights.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And basically, there was a lot of little contention from around the circle. So I figured it was more intelligent. Get rid of the driveway, get rid of the garage, and just build a house.
What is your intent? What is your intent?
What is my intent to do what?
Just let him, you gotta let him finish the question, all right?
What is your intent to use this house? Are you going to move into it or are you selling it? Are you gonna
Keep
move?
it.
So you're moving,
it,
you're
yeah.
you're moving into this.
Yeah, I don't just own the house on Locust Street. I own other properties in Newtown Township.
So will this be a rental?
No, I have family.
So a family member, you're building this for a family member?
No, I would actually move out of my house and give it to the younger family and move into that house.
So this is gonna be your primary residence?
That would become my primary house, yes.
Were the people that you had signed the petition aware of all of this information? Did they see
Yes,
plans and what it was gonna look like?
Absolutely.
You gotta wait for him to finish, okay?
No, okay. Excuse me. Go
So
ahead.
they saw, is it these plans or those or both?
They've seen everything. In fact, they saw the picture. They actually were expecting me to go with that. And then it was after our meeting that there seemed to be an issue that I needed to stick to the minimum building plan, which was the old plan. That was only 7 feet longer because of the front porch. You know, what do I so I chose to go drop the front porch off it. If you were to even look, where's the blueprint from E.V. O'Reilly? I mean Welsh.
Is you say minimum.
Okay,
Several.
it won't help, but this plan's been.
Whoa, I get it. Go ahead. Finish. Go ahead. What were we gonna say?
No, the plan since August has been, he's about ready to shoot me. He's revised this footprint for this plot plan 6 times since August. And
Okay, that's fine.
so I said, no, we're going back with the original footprint. So this blueprint, this plot plan is the exact one that we have, no driveway. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Joe.
Your definition of minimum necessary requirement is going to be just you living in it is this house the minimum for you or the minimum based on what you think you could get away with in the neighborhood based off the other properties that you saw?
I think it's minimum for the actual piece of property to be able to represent another part of Newtown Township that is literally adds to the value of the township. There are some circumstances within the heights of people who are actually unfortunately.
Stick to the facts.
I get it. I mean, so
stick to the facts.
Is this the minimum
They
for?
don't necessarily.
He's
Can I
talking,
rephrase
you
the
got,
question?
what he talks, you have to let him talk.
Okay.
Have to.
Is this the, I'll try to rephrase, is this the minimum you feel that will serve you or the minimum size home to
I'm single.
maximize your investment?
No, it'll
The
serve me.
minimum
Yes.
home to serve your needs.
Oh, trust me. I mean, I could build a house, big house, but since it's arranged the way I just told you, it would pay for me to stay with the minimum. The minimum of this other house that's on, you have the pictures of. Which was the original one that I presented in 2010.
Okay.
But I apologize, Paul. You said something?
No, we just need you to stick to the facts of the case.
Yeah, just answer without all of the surrounding explanations.
Yeah.
Would help. Okay.
All right, Zoom folks.
Hey, guys, I'm good. The questions I had, you guys already answered. Thank you.
I'm good also.
I had one more, I'm sorry. You showed pictures of the street and its current condition and the stories of the sewer and what happened with the street. What was the point of that? I must have missed it. The point of showing the condition of the streets was to.
On the street,
convey-
there is, because there's someone else sitting in this audience right now that's going to raise that point of view.
Okay.
He hasn't
It
spoken
was
yet.
brought to our attention that the condition is poor, so we wanted him to elaborate on that as best he could.
Okay, fair enough.
And I apologize.
No, I just.
That's what it all comes down to. Like, I contributed to the water rushing down the street. I didn't. And I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Rich, Sam?
Rich here. I have just a few questions. So I'm a little confused. I got lost on the diagram. I guess there's an A19 that I haven't seen.
It's not in the packet, Rich, and frankly, it's.
A19, Rich, I just sent you just a couple moments ago.
So I don't want to confuse either the public or ourselves. A19 is not what Mr. Regnier is proceeding with the bill. He's committed that his plan would stick to A12, not A19. That was rejected by neighbors back in August.
Correct.
And that was something that his attorney just brought.
It's through the conversation we had in August. They said, well, make it minimum. And what's the porch? How long is the porch? I said, all right, I'll find another house. So I went back to the original house. It doesn't have a porch like that.
So what you're saying is you had originally intended on building what's depicted on A19, which has an enclosed porch on the front?
Rich, could you try to talk a little louder? If you could?
Sure. So you're saying what you're explaining in your testimony is that you originally intended on proceeding with the style of house depicted on A19.
Did you originally intend to proceed on the style of house of 819?
Yes.
And that's what I brought with me to the meeting in August.
Okay.
However, it raised a few eyebrows that some other people that were at the meeting.
Well, I just wanted, the purpose of A19 is just, you're saying, this is what I originally wanted to do earlier this last year, and now I'm scaling it back somehow.
Yes, sir.
All right. So how is it scaled back?
Well, I took it had a porch on it that was 7 feet long.
Okay.
Off the building, and I just went back to eliminating it. But if you take the porch off that house on 19, then you lose the character of the house. It doesn't become a gingerbread house. It just becomes a nude box. And that's really, I didn't want that. It has to have some degree of style to it, you know. We're trying to represent the community, not represent me.
So you want to go to what you're proposing is A12?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so, and what you're saying is if.
Yes, this is the one I represented for the 2011 hearing, and this is what was approved in 2011.
Okay.
But with a garage beneath it. And I did away with the garage.
Now, in 2011, I believe you were going to build a house that was no higher than 27 feet.
I don't hear that, but.
In 2007, you're going to build a house no higher than 27 feet.
That's, do I need to?
Just answer the question.
The lawyer?
Is that what you proposed?
I did not propose that. That was actually offered by one of your solicitors. And that's what I would do. That's exactly what that came to. And I have witnesses to bear fact on that. So I wouldn't go there.
I'm asking the question, the house that. Did you propose was a house proposed in 2007 at 27 feet by you or anyone associated with you?
Were you proposing a house at 27 feet at some point?
No, never. No.
Okay.
That was.
How tall is the house that's depicted?
Corsi's actions. Portis's actions.
I don't believe what you're saying is responsive to my question. I moved to strike. I simply just want to know if that was the case. You said no. How tall is this house that you're proposing now?
How tall is the house you're proposing now?
It's 34 feet. It's the original one that was proposed at the time. The particular individual decided he was going to tell me what to do. All right. And I was trying to get a settlement out of the township.
Wait, sir.
We just.
You know, that's
He
all.
asked if how,
You can imagine.
okay, please, Rich, 34 feet.
Okay. Now, let me.
So that's the house I want.
I would like to focus on the actual plan view that's presented, the actual plan. I'm trying to find the page number here. The new plan that, you know, with the stormwater management controls depicted on it. What exhibit is that, Chip?
A10.
Huh?
A10.
A10, all right, there it is, okay, at the top, all right, A10, 139. All right, so A10, let's just, what you're asking for today is solely related to dimensional variances as set forth by your attorney earlier in this hearing, correct?
You're only asking for dimensional variances as set forth.
That's all. I
Okay.
took the driveway and the garage out from underneath of it, and
It's a yes or no question.
yes.
So my point being, you understand that our engineer has not undertaken a detailed review of the stormwater management plan. And that should the board grant relief, that's not an approval of the stormwater management plan as presented, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, sir. Yep.
It is not clear to me that the driveway or any walkways that would be on this plan are included in that stormwater management plan. So that's something that's going to have to be dealt with separately. That's not relief that's being sought or granted, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, in addition, I'm looking at the northwest corner of Locust and Tennis. And there's that little crosshatch area. I think the exhibit as it's depicted there.
Yes,
You
sir.
see a little crosshatched area there around the corner?
The corner's been, unfortunately, due to the fact that it's a private road, the road isn't even where it belongs. And that corner has been cut off. You can see where the stake for the lot is. And they've just been, even, I have rocks sitting there, so they can't cut it in, but they're still doing it. So they moved the rocks.
My
So they
point
still
is,
drive on the corner.
my point is so that what that's proposing is to extend the yard out to that new arc that's presented there, correct?
Is the yard being proposed to extend into this crosshatched area?
I intended to go back to that, yes.
Okay.
And in fact, I was looking for the township to set the corners at their willingness to set the corners where the corners belong.
My
And I
point,
would take care of the rest.
I understand. My point for you and the board is that even if dimensional variances as requested are granted, that is not a township approval of reconfiguring the corner in that fashion. Do you understand that?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, we have turning radius issues and other type of issues that would be dealt with at a separate time. So I just want to make sure that if relief is granted, it's clear that it's not granting such relief. In addition, we do have a new fire code, the International Fire Code that's been adopted by the township, which does require minimum ingress and egress for emergency vehicles width of road. And Locust Street, as depicted on this, is the actual cart path, I believe, is only approximately, can't see exactly, it's either 13 or 15 feet wide. You understand that if the zoning board grants the requested dimensional relief, that would not apply to any International Fire Code requirements for ingress and egress on the roadway, correct?
If the board would grant you relief, it has nothing to do with requirements of the International Fire Code. You understand that?
Right. I have no problem with it.
Ingress and egress, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, and Locust Street. I just want to make sure, this is what happens in some of these cases where, hey, you approved my plan and everything that was depicted on my plan is approval. That's the zoning board's authority is to determine whether you get the variances that request, the zoning variances that were requested. Now, Mr. Neist, are you controlling the exhibits?
I am.
Could you just pull up the one exhibit that I had forwarded to the township? I think it's the very bottom of the list.
On the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Gotta
It was.
change.
That's where it was. Map of petition, it's called.
Gotta change. Map of petition?
Yes. It's the very end of the list of documents on the agenda.
Is that what
That's
you-
right. So if we go up one page on that, yep, scroll up. So that's the list of neighbors that you have presented as having reviewed the plan and perhaps, and did they review anything else, sir?
What did you review with the neighbors who signed the petition back in September and October?
I showed them both houses.
You showed them the house that you're proposing to build now, the sketch?
Yes, and I said I wouldn't know until after I got a sample of what the conversation was in August. And then at that point, I had to change and go back to the original plan.
What I'm suggesting, sir, is,
So hold on.
what I'm asking is, this petition, which diagram did they look at when they signed this petition? The old one or the new one?
Which diagram did they look at? The old one or the new one?
A12 or A19?
Oh, 19 is the old one.
Is that what they were shown?
They were shown that with this one, the one that I have in this packet.
Which one did you tell them you were going to do?
Because I was in a position to decide which house could I get appointed or get zoning relief on.
So you showed them both.
You showed them both.
Both.
Okay.
I don't see any harm in that.
I'm not suggesting there's a harm in
There's
it.
harm. He's just asking a question. You just got to answer the question, please.
And you advised these neighbors at that time that you were going to build one or the other, and you did not indicate which one you intended to build when you showed them the diagram.
You advised them that you were going to do one or the other, but you didn't say which one you were going to do. Is that correct?
They were agreeing that either one of them was satisfactory.
Now, did you approach all your neighbors?
Did you approach all your neighbors?
Well, there is a no, because there's an elite group that doesn't want to be party to what I'm doing.
Okay, so an elite group, you mean there's other neighbors who are opposed to what you're doing?
Correct.
Okay.
They're here
And-
right now tonight.
All right. So you compiled a list of who is in favor of your plan, but you did not compile a list of who was opposed to your plan, correct?
You didn't compile a list of who was opposed to your plan.
No, I don't see a
Yeah,
reason.
just say no.
I did not.
Did you approach anyone else other than the folks whose names appear on this petition?
Did you talk to anybody else who's not on this petition?
No.
So these are the neighbors that you selected to talk to determine if they're going to support your project or not.
You selected these neighbors to talk to about your project. Is that correct? It's a yes or no?
I selected them because they're my neighbors.
Okay. Well, let's go down to the next page on this exhibit.
One lives.
Oh,
One lives across the street.
Last questions, please.
So I believe what you were going, and I know your attorney stopped you, but I'll just, because you didn't go that far, I'll just pick up where you were saying. One lives across the street. That's the one that's marked as G there on the corner.
One lives across the street. That's marked G. You see that? Where the arrow is?
No, that's not. Yeah, well, the empty lots right there on the left. Is that what you were saying?
The star is you, correct?
Okay, that's me. Yes, the house that you just pointed out. Yes, they.
All
In
right,
fact,
all right,
yes,
hold on, then. Hold on.
you're
Let's-
right.
Let's slow down. If we go back up to the names that appear on the petition, you see I took little A, B, C, D, E right down the right-hand side there? See those little circles with,
You see that he's put A, B, C, D, E, F, G,
I
H,
can
I?
barely see that.
Well, I'll represent yes.
okay. So there's a little G on one of the lots that's right across Locust Street from the star, correct?
There's a G across the street. Is that correct? It appears to be that way, yeah.
He's down there on the bottom of this list. Let me get the list. There, that's G. Okay, yes.
Right, 702 Tennis, right?
702 Tennis, right?
Yep.
Okay.
702 Tennis. I didn't know whether you answered that or not.
So that's one of the folks that you asked, right? Across the
One
street.
of the folks you asked?
I met in his kitchen.
Okay. And that's one of the folks that you asked, correct?
Everybody on that list I've asked personally in their presence.
All right.
Just listen to the question that he's asking you and
Okay.
answer that question.
And do you see all the other letters that are circled on this second page? of my one exhibit, which I'll call
See all those
Township
other
1.
letters circled? On that, do you see that? Yes or no?
I can see objects on your paper unless I get up and walk up there and look at it.
Just give me a second, Rich. I'm gonna try to blow it up a little bit.
Objects.
May I approach you and look?
I mean. There it is. This is A.
That's my sister. That's Evans. The very first one on the sheet is Evans. It's my family.
You don't have to, there's no question. You see those letters?
Yes.
Is that the location of the properties for the folks who signed your petition?
Is that the location of the properties?
That's the exact location of the properties, correct.
Okay. So if I go immediately to the north on Tennis Avenue, the property that bounds the property at issue today, you did not ask that person if they agreed or not, correct?
No, I already know. No, I'm sorry.
And the person immediately to the west on Locust Avenue that immediately bounds the property at issue, you didn't ask
He's
them.
new,
correct?
new to the borough.
Okay, but you didn't ask, right?
No, 2 years ago.
And then, I'm sorry? I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
Did you ask him?
I didn't ask him because I had no reason to ask him. I knew the negative response from before. I didn't need to ask that question.
Oh, I thought you said he was new to the township. Did you say he was new to
the township?
He's new to the house, maybe a year and 3 months or something like that.
So how did you know from before that he was opposed to it?
I don't know that that's relevant.
No, but he's asking you the question, so you answer it.
I did.
Okay. Well, it's a yes or no is what
The answer is, I had no reason to ask him because I already knew where he was.
All those folks on the other side of Tennis Avenue, that are they downhill from this property?
Is that downhill? Tennis Avenue?
That's all downhill. No, just go down Locust Street. It's all downhill. Yeah, Tennis Avenue, going where Ebeling is, it's all downhill.
Did you ask any of those folks if they were in favor of what you want to do here?
Did you ask any of those folks if they're in favor of what you wanted to do?
No, didn't see any reason. I thought I had enough people.
Okay. I think I'm done. Let me just look at one more thing. I'll tell you what, why don't we just let everybody else go? If I have any follow-up, I'll ask it later. So we don't waste time.
Sam?
Just one follow-up on Rich's questioning here. With respect to the folks that you did not contact, you indicated that you thought that they were adverse to your plans, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any thoughts about talking to any of those people with regard to what their issues specifically were and how to address them?
Did you have any thoughts of contacting them to find out what their issues were? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so you're telling this board that you essentially ignored anybody that was adverse to your position?
Did you ignore people adverse to your position? Yes or no?
Put it this way, I did, if you want to call it ignore them, yes. Because if you knew in advance what I know, then you wouldn't have asked them either. So, you know.
Let's hear from a couple of the party protestants, okay? I would like to, if you have no objection, bring some of the neighbors who are, again, this is not public comment yet, so if you've previously identified yourself as a party protestant, you can now go up to the podium, make sure the microphone is turned on, and begin your statements and questioning.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll preface this by saying, it's likely due to time that we're going to continue and we'll open this, or we won't close the case. But it's likely, based on how long this deliberation goes, that we're going to continue this. So there'll be plenty of time to kind of work things out, but go ahead.
So I'm Mary, San Francisco, 600 Tennis Ave. I'm very familiar with the property because I purchased the property that's directly attached to Mr. Regnier's property. I bought the property 96 off of Regina, which is Richard's sister. And it was Mrs. Shive's house, his aunt. Shive, Bertha Shive, who built the house.
Can you just turn off your microphone on the table? It's just getting feed. Thank you.
So Regina had told me previously that it's what she told me, it's a fact.
Okay, explain your objection. Yep, okay.
Okay. Well, she said that she didn't want,
Yeah,
okay,
We'll
we'll move on.
recognize the objection and just move on.
I just think my house looks really good. My neighbor next house looks really good. He just redid his house, looks phenomenal. And to have somebody build a house, if you call it a house, 6 feet from the line, I'm 5'6". If I lay down on the line, how much more do I got to get to the 6 foot? It's kind of ridiculous if you ask me. And I'm really furious because I was never notified. If I didn't talk to Nick, I wouldn't know any of this. So I just happened to find out by accident, which I missed the other meeting. This has been going on since, I don't even know how many years.
Steve, can you pick the map back up with the ABC, just for some context as we're talking through? I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think that would be helpful for us to kind of know who's where.
He borders the house.
So I live at Tennis Avenue and Walnut.
Gotcha.
So originally I'd purchased the property, which is a 1-bedroom home back at 96. So I bought the parcels of land that I have since subdivided, and I built my own house. And I moved in 99 going to 2000. So as a condition of me being able to build, I had to construct a roadway with 18 inches of aggregate in order, because it's considered a corner. So I had to do a setback for my garage. It was the only thing I had to do. But as I had to construct a roadway, because if you know that area, it's a paper street. So God help you if you have a fire. God help you if you have an ambulance that needs to get to you. So I had to construct that roadway in order to be able to build. But I have a half acre of ground. Nick's got a half acre of ground. We call it the postage stamp from back in the day because it's ridiculous, in my opinion. So that's pretty much all I have to say. But I'd also want one more comment for the record. It's a high water table there. So you got to watch out for runoff. Recently, I just put, I'll call it like a drain around my driveway. It gets water over there. You got to watch that runoff. And that's about it for me. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nick Berardi. I am probably the most affected by all of this.
What's your address? again?
606 Tennis Avenue.
Okay, so you're.
I'm
right
like
up on
right there.
Yep.
Yeah. So just to give you a quick rundown. I moved in 2001 and I wasn't notified about really a lot of this stuff because it happened, I guess, in 99 or 2000. And unfortunately, because I wasn't notified, I didn't know anything about like the court, everything that was going on. And I was told when I first moved in, like, I said, what's with this lot? I got the lowdown from Mary. I said, oh, he can't build. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. I said, okay. So time went by, and then I guess it was in 2010 or 11, I got the notice, right? And I had never really spoken to him. The The only interaction that I had is I started cutting the lawn because the lawn would like kind of grow up really high, and then he would wait till it got so high and then spray it with chemicals. And I didn't want my dogs and stuff like that going over there. So I just cut it as I cut my own lawn. It wasn't like a big deal. Back then I had a lot more energy. Now I just have the Eblings cut my lawn. So, sorry. So basically I started cutting the lawn, and then I basically got yelled at because, you know, to stay off his property, which was fine. I really didn't care. I just lived next door to it. So, and everybody assumed it was my property anyway, because of the way that it kind of sets, other than the, you know, with the trees blocking it a little bit. So 2010 or 11, I got the notice, and I had talked to Harry, the building inspector, a couple of times, and he said, "Oh, don't worry about it, whatever," because I had put a fence up in the back and a couple things, you know, here and there. So when I came down to here, they basically told me that I couldn't do anything, that I was kind of like, they're like, well, he had all these court hearings, and I said, well, I wasn't notified, and they said, well, probably because everything started in 99 or 2000 and you weren't here yet, so you just didn't know. And again, I didn't even think to go up to media or whatever I had to do, because why would I just thought it was a dead issue. So anyway, so when I was told back in the last one here in 2010 that basically the reason he wasn't really going to be able to build, they said, well, don't worry about it, even though he got the approval, the reason he wasn't going to be able to build was because of he wasn't able to get a sewer hookup. And without a sewer line hookup, he would have to do a septic tank, and you can't do that on a property that size. So he said, don't worry about it, you're fine. And Harry actually told me, he's like, you know, there's ways around it, but, you know, he's like, I'm not going to let him know. So I was like, all right, whatever. So, and the original paperwork that I got was 27 feet. And I remember when we went to the township, they weren't happy about it. I get it. And the same thing as anything, especially that their hands were being forced to, you know, basically allow them to build. But that's why they had then also said, because when it came down from media or the court common pleas, that it was okay because they lowered it to 27 feet to kind of appease, especially because of the house that ended up on the end of the block of Locust that we talked about earlier. That's like the lighthouse. It's like 45 feet or something, because they never put a cap on it. They kind of screwed up, what I was told. And so because they never put a cap on it, and they're trying to do square footage to flip and sell, the more square footage, the more money. So that's why it went 45 feet, because of the variance that they brought down from, again, hardship, because the guy who owned that lot, it was in the family for years, and he was able to claim hardship because the same thing that's going on here, that he was able to claim hardship because his father had purchased the property years ago, and back then they could build. So when they didn't do the cap on the height, okay, so that's why it ended up 45 feet. Okay, so my biggest issue, sorry, I'll try to cut it down a little bit. You're working for your money, right? So basically, my biggest issue is, well, there's a couple of things, but there's a lot of things, but I was never approached by him, and I am not unreasonable. I have businesses like he does, and we're constantly building, constantly doing things. So, you know, I understand how it could be with permits and stuff like that. Never been approached, but that's okay. I understand that, you know, he's going to assume I'm not going to want it there, right? Well, why not? And I came to the meeting, the last meeting, and obviously opposed it. But the only thing at the time, you know, we had kind of negotiated fences and this, that, and the other thing, obviously not happy about it, and wish I did have the opportunity to basically, which now I look at it at this time, I do. And if, you know, he does have to, if this is denied and he does have to go back up to the Court of Common Pleas, I will at least have the opportunity to hire a lawyer and fight it the correct way. And I look at it that, you know, not having the sewer line here, that saved me in a way, you know, and a lot of these other people that are now trying to build with sewer lines. The 6-foot property line, 6-foot setback is my biggest issue, because 6 feet is ridiculous. And when I moved from the city and moved out here, I grew up in Springfield, but when I moved from Center City and moved out here, the whole point was to be in Newtown Square. I love Newtown Square. When I was a kid, we used to play the games, you know, against, you know, Marple, and I loved this area because it was all open and airy, and that's why I bought. So when they put the property line, set it as 6 feet, I was like, well, at least 15 feet. And I understand you can't build a house if you're only 45 feet wide. that if you set a 15-foot setback on one side and a 25-foot setback, or even a 15 and 15, you don't get a normal sized house. It'll be 10 feet wide or whatever. So for me, when I heard about the 60 property line setback, that really hurt me, not only because it hurt me and it hurts my value of my home, because I just bought this little house and I built I went through everything, and I have a stormwater management system put in, and I had to go through all the hoops, and I am way in from all the setbacks, because that's what you do. Plus you want to have a yard, especially, I know I do. So I had to abide by all that, and I built an 1,800 square foot addition onto a 700 square foot home. And so I invested a lot of money, and a lot of the work I did myself. So I put a lot of time and energy into it. And again, abiding by all this stuff. So a couple issues that I guess I have, and I'll just base on them. I'll touch on them really quickly. One is that Mike, the neighbor that we talked about at 702, that's directly across, that did sign the petition. I did end up talking to him. He's pretty new to the neighborhood. And he basically explained to me. Sorry, he's not new.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah, and this needs to be a cross-examination of them, not the story to us. So you have to really go over the testimony that they did.
Okay.
So if you have questions about what they talked about, you can address that.
Okay. So I guess my questions are: is there going to be any bedrooms on the back of? So I guess the front of the home is going to be facing the Locust. Then is that correct? Yeah.
Asking you.
Yeah.
The front of the home going to be facing Locust or Tennis? Yes, Tennis.
The front of the home is going to be facing Tennis. So are there going to be any bedrooms on the side that's facing my property line?
Are there any bedrooms on the side facing his property? Of course.
Okay. So how do you manage if there is a 6-foot setback from my property and then my driveway is right along the property line, correct? Yeah, my driveway is along the property line. I don't know if you can see it in the picture.
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay, yeah. So when my cars are in the driveway and there's a fence going to be between the two because of the close proximity, and then obviously arborvitaes, whether I put them in or you put them in, how does a fire department plan on accessing back windows that have no way to get a ladder or a fire truck or anything else? If I'm away and my cars are in the driveway that is right up against the property line, how do you plan on accessing the bedrooms? The only reason I really also am touching base on this is because I had to, when I did my house, I had to put extra large windows in each bedroom to accommodate the building codes so that people could get out. But they explained to me that you need room.
Objection.
Okay. Common sense tells you that you need space to get to the people that are in the bedroom. Let him read it and he can answer, or you can answer.
I will say that there is a plan.
There is a plan?
812, I don't know.
It's supposed to be 6.
Online or whatever.
I would love 12. But...
No, that's the document number.
Oh, okay.
There are no bedroom windows between your property and his. There's a rear bedroom with a window on the back of the property, and a master bedroom in front of the home on Tennis.
Okay.
Where a window is on Tennis.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question.
So if someone's in the bedroom, they can
Front or
essentially
back,
get out front
there'll
or
be no
back.
windows on the side.
Okay. Okay, so I guess, and then the other question, I guess, is a typical eave overhang is what? 1.5 feet, 2 feet? Right? 18 2 feet? So it's probably, yeah, okay. Sure. Hey, you're repeating me. Okay. So let's say 18 inches, whatever. If that, how do you get maintenance to that gutter? Are you going to put a ladder up again? I don't know how you're going to get, because I clean my gutters out, like I'm sure all of you do once a year. How are you going to be able to access those gutters? And then if they do overflow, then that is now going to go onto my driveway. And again, water issues, obviously. Without having a stormwater management pit, which is what I had to build and all of us had to, how do you plan on basically controlling your water? Or you don't have something?
And he's asking, how do you control your stormwater?
How do you control your stormwater?
No, he's asking you, you
I have
answer.
stormwater abatement. You don't.
No, just answer the
No, I know I
question.
didn't know.
I have stormwater abatement.
Stormwater abatement is proposed in this plan, is that correct?
So if your gutters back up, then it just goes.
If your gutters back up,
If they go into this stormwater abatement system.
You're saying you're baiting.
You don't know.
So the township he'll have to provide a plan to the township and get to the codes that are required.
Right, but I'm saying.
So with any plans, it'll have to be township approved stormwater management. That has to be part of.
Okay, then that's answering. Then how does he access and maintain that side of the building?
Right, and that's all gonna be part of the plan submitted to the
Part of,
township.
okay. That back lot is raised. Me and Mary, as she was talking about before, had to level the back of our properties down. Jim, who is behind us, sits about 2 feet. Well, it's if you guys looked at the property, it's on a hill. So we sit down and we had to level everything because we have back doors and we have patios. And with that, so when you come across our properties, if you look at the back, they're all level. His is raised. So I would then also ask that it's brought down. It would have to come down 1.5 feet. I'm not really sure how you would do that on the other side, butting up against the street, but right now it's all pitched. So, you know, I have like kind of a smooth pitch on it just so that I don't get so much water in my basement. I still get it, but obviously it's going to be worse if it's either not pitched away or, and again, that's going to have to be something that's going to have to be addressed because we already have issues, so we're only going to have more issues. As far as getting taxes from a building that is going to be built, you get taxes, higher taxes from property values that go up. I do believe that if a house is 6 feet from my property line, and then not even just the 6 feet, it's not the, 40-foot setback is the standard?
45.
45? And it's proposed, I didn't get the paperwork, so it's proposed 27 or something, what was it?
25.
25. So now you're talking about a house that's not only forward, but also over, really close to me, affecting me, obviously affecting my property value. Because when you look down the street or even in front of my house, you're gonna have this wall that's gonna be right there. The other issue that I also have a question with is if you're that close on the corner, how does, when cars come down to make the turn, there's gonna be a house there. So as far as like, you know, and some of these corners we already have with bushes and things like that, those are already issues. But if you have a house there and you do any landscaping, then that's gonna be another issue, you know. And I guess so you said you plan on not renting or not selling it or renting it? You plan on moving
not
into
selling
it?
it or renting it?
I don't either. I'm keeping the house for myself. Is that doable?
Yeah.
For you to move into, correct?
What?
For you to move into, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
got a problem with it?
No, he's not challenging you. He's just trying to ask questions. He's allowed to ask questions, okay?
You guys turn on your mics again. I know we turned.
It's on. It's on.
Okay.
Now you know why I didn't go.
No, I don't have a problem with it, but what I'm curious as to if you have an issue with me and with this build, you moving into it, and me being there and us not, this situation that's going on right now, do you think that's a great idea?
Remember, stick to the variance.
Well, I guess my question is, my question.
This is not personality.
It's not personality, okay, but I question the truth to that. Obviously, you can say, so I don't have to explain that anymore. And I had approached him a long time ago about buying the property because of the hardship issue. And I said, well, to me, the house or the lot was worth 40 or 50,000. And he wanted 90,000 for it.
Again, this is personal. We just need the testimony to go back and forth between you and.
Well, that's not good. So do you plan on repairing the road or I should say reinforcing the road with all of the construction vehicles that are going to go up and down it? And it's already a paper road and it's been repaired by some people here, you know, or at least filled in and tried to been so they can drive up and down it. Heavy construction trucks, you know, cement trucks, things like that. That's not going to make that any better. Is there a proposal for that for when the road is I mean,
Are you gonna pave the road from your house to Tennis Avenue?
Are you gonna hear that?
Am I gonna pave my road in my house?
No,
No.
just from your property line to Tennis Avenue, like Mary did it for her. He's asking, are you gonna do that?
I'm going to restore the street if I disturb the street building the house. Simple as that.
Thank you.
That's all I'm obligated to do.
And
And in fact,
that's all
he
he's
does-
asking. And that's all he's asking.
he doesn't live in my corner.
That's okay.
I know. It just,
no, because we do, what ends up happening is the rocks kind of roll down. And the guy across the street from me, Charlie, and me have dealt with, because the road is not, we probably deal with it the most. I would say Charlie actually deals with it more because the road has deteriorated, or I guess it isn't really a road, and we're on a hill, so all the rocks roll down and they end up at the end of my driveway. Obviously, I don't need any more of that. It just becomes a hazard as far as shoveling and all sorts of stuff. I don't mind, we sweep them up and we end up putting them back. So it's not like the end of the world, but obviously if more construction trucks come on it, obviously that's going to be more of an issue. So I guess the main thing that I can close with basically is the fact that, you know, my investment, I should say, created, a lifestyle for me and also something that I am proud of, and I like living in this neighborhood. I like the access that we have and all the new stuff that's coming along. And then to have, again, if it was 15 feet, I probably wouldn't even be here. I mean, but obviously, because I wouldn't need to be here because it would be within the restrictions. But that's my biggest hardship. My biggest issue is that he claims hardship because he needs to build, and I understand that. He's sitting on a lot for years, paying taxes on it, and he wants to do something with it. And he's getting older and it needs to take care, do what he needs to do. But my argument is I have hardship because then it literally sits up right against the property line, and 6 feet is ridiculous. And I remember talking to one of the township guys 10, 12 years ago, and he said, well, I have a house 6 feet from my property line. And I said, yeah, but did you buy your house with that house 6 feet from you? And he said, I live in Newtown Square and I live 6 feet from a house 6 feet. And I said, did you buy that house next to you? And he said, yeah. And I said, okay. So then you probably got a discount on the house, or at very least made that conscious decision to move there. If there was a house where his house is now, I don't know if I would have not only bought there, but let alone invested as much money as I did, and yeah, so that's pretty much.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to continue this. If you have no objection to that, in the applicants. How many party protestants still want to go? Okay. Okay, we'll finish the party protestants. I want to keep the record open, and we'll continue to deliberate next month. But Bob, you good for another couple of minutes?
So, wait. We have one more party protestant or two? So Tom needs a break. We're You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
My name's James Bonner, Jim Bonner from 112 Locust. I live behind, you had it up on the screen. And, what's your name again, sir? His name?
Rich Regnier.
Rich. I lived there 2 years. Never came near me, never asked me nothing.
I knew not to.
Why? What did you
Whoa,
know
whoa,
about me?
whoa, whoa, whoa. Remember, this is,
What?
You said this, so I'm asking you.
you have to, you have
Don't
to.
answer. Don't
Why
answer.
didn't I?
Yeah.
Because I didn't feel as though you were going to.
You
have
never even
anything
said
to do.
hello to me. I'm your neighbor.
Okay, we have to
You don't
stop.
say hello to
Whoa,
me.
whoa, whoa, we have to stop.
All right.
Jesus
We have to
Christ,
stop.
what a
All right.
stopping
You,
nonsense.
you need to ask questions about their
Gotta let
testimony.
it go.
It's
Well,
not
he said that. He said that
Understood. So
that he had no reason to ask it.
understood.
Okay.
You
but-
made the point. We're
Okay,
moving on.
I'm done with that. But my reason that I'm here, I knew nothing about this man building until a few months ago, last hearing, ever to make my case. I never knew nothing about the building, to be honest with you. And my biggest issue is water. Water, because I have a big garage for the guy that lives next door to him that was built years ago with no stormwater management system at all. My whole foundation on my house, the soil around it has sunk 3 inches. Nothing I can do about that. I bought it knowing that everything, I'm not complaining. But I'm having a lot of work done on my house. It's all been approved. Driveways, walls, new steps, everything. It's getting done as soon as this weather breaks. If you guys already approved it, thank you. And I don't want my investment ruined because of this guy's investment. And I would have taken precautions if he had even came to me and just said, you know, this is my plan, this or that. I need a drain for my driveway if he's building a house and a fence. That's all. If he had came to me, I'm easy going. If it came to me, he asked me if he could do this or that with his property. I don't care, do what you got to do. This man never said 2 words to me. Never asked a thing. Larry comes to me, he lives next door to me. He asks me
Okay,
anything.
do you have any questions?
No more
for-
questions, but you could have came to me,
Okay,
sir.
thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I fixed the street, your street.
Thank you.
You're a rotten neighbor.
Tom, I'll be brief for you.
Can you state your name, please?
Yeah, Leonard Altieri, Altieri, and 611 Tennis Avenue. Mr. Regnier, thank you again for being here. So I think that obviously from your testimony, there is a sentiment or discomfort that you have with some people in the township from decades ago that are no longer in this township today. And so I just feel like it's important to mention that because no matter what happened 20 years ago or 30 years ago, as I said, 1, those people aren't here anymore, and 2, I do believe that everyone here is willing to listen to you and go through this process in the normal way. I just have a couple of questions based off of the testimony that was presented today. One of them, I guess, is just a clarification. So, Mr. Miller, I don't know if you want to answer this because I couldn't hear what Mr. Sikora answered or not. The stormwater management report or the stormwater report that is one of the exhibits in your packet today, has that been reviewed by our township engineer?
No, it's not. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And again, I apologize if I didn't hear this. Did Rich make clear that if this approval happens tonight, that doesn't necessarily mean that the stormwater management plan that's in there has been, granted approval, that there's still another step that would essentially be taken?
Correct.
Okay.
That's been made aware, yes.
Because I do believe, and I guess this is more from Mr. Regnier, that he did testify that he would comply with the minimum standard that our ordinance calls for. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was testimony.
Some of the individuals who mentioned, who spoke prior, kind of alluded to this. The biggest concern that I have as the property who is downhill from there is just that, the stormwater. I understand from the supporting documents that Mr. Regnier provided that he doesn't believe that his property is the cause of it and it won't increase it. Well, science tells us that when you increase more impervious coverage, you're going to have more stormwater. Now, I understand that he did submit that plan and that plan might indeed show us that it's capturing that. But the fact of the matter is this, is that is a very old neighborhood. There is no stormwater conveyance system. It was developed before Act 167 came about as state law. And so the individuals who are going to be the most impacted are the ones downstream that get impacted a lot, as it is already, just because of the natural contours of that neighborhood. And so what I would ask this board to do, if they were, and again, I understand that this is not necessarily the cross-examination, but I don't know if I'm going to be here for the next one, so I'm just going to shoot this out there, that if this board is so inclined to approve this, that a condition of approval be one that it's not minimal stormwater, that there is a serious look into his stormwater management plan, because as I said, water rushes freely from that right now, from that being Locust Avenue. There is no stormwater mitigation system up there, because again, the neighborhood itself was constructed prior to Act 167. There's only low point conveyance systems in that entire neighborhood. So the water continues to free flow down there. So I would just ask that this board, or even the township engineer, take a serious look at the stormwater plan that had been presented as one of the exhibits. The second thing is, and I know Mr. Regnier just commented on this, but another condition that I would strongly urge this board to put on this application, if it is to be approved, is the requirement that he fix that road along his property line. There is no way that you can have the construction that is going to take place on that property and it not deteriorate the road anymore. Again, what I kind of led off with, there are clearly some feelings towards the township, but the fact of the matter is that the paper road is owned by the individuals to the center line. That is not a maintenance responsibility of the township. It is not something that is owned by the township. The property owners own that. If you're coming in there with that heavy machinery, I think it's just fair as a condition that the applicant be required to repave that. The last question I have is, I know in the supporting documentation that was on the application, Mr. Regnier, and he testified to it today about the assessed value of this property. What is the assessed value today of that property?
What's your assessed value? You know?
For the lot?
For the lot, yes.
$84,000.
So today, the assessed value is $84,000?
Yes.
And that is from the reassessment? That is from the reassessment?
That is the current assessment.
The reassessment did that,
Yes.
correct? Yes.
Did you, so you never filed a appeal to the Board of
Yes, I did.
Assessment? You did file an appeal? to the
Yes, I
board.
did.
And what was
Doesn't change.
the Board of Assessment of Appeals?
Yes.
You appealed the board to the Board of
Yes.
Assessment?
And what was the decision from the
Haven't
Board of
gotten it
Assessment?
yet.
You haven't gotten it yet?
No.
I would offer as a party protestant into evidence, I guess, Altieri 1, that the Board of Assessment from the Delaware County Public Record did issue a decision and dropped it down to $12,360. The reason why this is relevant is twofold, is that just because the Board of Assessment might have had it as $86,000 doesn't necessarily mean that the Board of Assessment viewed it as a buildable lot. The Board of Assessment through Tyler Technologies made a litany of mistakes, and when individuals rightfully applied or appealed, they received the proper relief. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a buildable lot. Again, I'm not here contesting whether or not Mr. Regnier should be able to build there. I just have concerns. The concerns are the road needing to be paved, the stormwater, and then the height, which is the last point. I understand that that Mr. Regnier testified that he wants it to be 34 feet. Do we know what the elevation is of that lot today
The elevation of the lot?
from the road?
It's on the blueprints.
No, from the road. It's not on there. There's not a topography from the road to
The
the
road
lot.
to the lot?
So
Yeah.
the,
It's
no,
no distance whatsoever.
no, the road to the, you're talking about to the
To
top of
Tennis
the,
Avenue?
top of the building, correct?
What I'm talking about right now, the existing road to the highest point on that lot. It's definitely an elevation
Which
grade.
road?
Tennis Avenue. Let's use
Tennis
Tennis
Avenue
Avenue.
is 6 feet.
6 feet. So I think that's just something else to take into consideration as well, is that you're gonna have an additional 6 feet. If you're looking at it, it's gonna be that much taller for when the building gets approved, or if it gets approved at 34 feet. So I can enter, I don't know if you want this, Tom, or Charlie, you want this, Mr. Miller?
I'll give it.
And that's all I have. I appreciate time. I went as fast as I could. Again, Mr. Regnier, I just want to lead it off with, I understand that there might be some sentiments from from the township years prior. Those individuals are not here anymore. I am not here fighting you. I am here just raising the same concerns that I raised to your attorney when I called him months prior, just to raise my concerns. And that is.
Can I ask you a question?
If your attorney wants
Talk
you
to
to.
him. What do you want? He's fine. Nothing said there is,
Okay.
we can address some of those things, you know, in just argument. I don't need to ask Mr. Altieri any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
No.
It's-
Okay, now, we're gonna continue this, date certain, 17 February. 17 February.
Okay.
Do you have any objection to that?
No.
Okay, we're gonna leave the record open. My hope, I'm not, there's no way for me to stipulate this, but my hope is that Mr. Regnier and some of the party protestants here can address some of their concerns, like Mr. Bonner's, like Nick's, and come back next month with at least some sort of resolution on those issues. That's
I don't need a resolution.
So with that, we're going to adjourn the meeting.
Mike, I think we have one other matter. We need to continue to keep that record open.
We are keeping the record open.
All right, so you're granting continuance on that application Z 2022-01?
Oh, we already did that. But yes,
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss that? I got disconnected at the beginning.
okay. So we are going to make a continuance for the T-Mobile Northeast Wireless. I'll make a motion for that. Do you second? Okay. Ed, are you in favor?
Excuse me
Yes,
just a
sir.
second.
Aye.
We need to finish up with just a matter of business,
We have
Paul.
procedural
So-
stuff
And then we
real quick.
we have a procedural
I
issue
know,
not
I bet
related
you
to
got
that case.
So we have a motion and a second to grant a continuance to the T-Mobile Northeast case Z 2022-01. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against? All right, the continuance carries.
Excuse me, Mike, that was granted to a date certain, February 17th, correct?
Affirmative.
Very good. Thank you.
Andy, can we
Yes.
double check the zoning for the neighbors, that all the neighbors got? We have some neighbors here that live right next to the property that did not get a zoning.
Well, all I can tell you is that our listing has all the properties within the 200-foot radius. Now, whether or not something's still going on with the mail system, I can't speak to that. I can tell you we've sent notice.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.